History is full of unanswered questions, events that defy logic, vanish into silence, or end without explanation. A lost colony with no trace of struggle. A masked prisoner whose identity was never revealed. Messages carved in stone with meanings no one has cracked. These aren't just cold cases, they're mysteries that shook nations, baffled experts, and continue to haunt us centuries later. In this video, we're trying something new. Instead of just telling you the story, we're placing you inside it. You'll step into the shoes of the people who lived these moments, seeing what they saw, feeling what they felt, caught in the middle of mysteries that have never been solved. Before we begin, drop a comment and let me know where you're from and when you're watching. Now sit back, relax, and get ready to experience 5 hours of history's greatest unsolved mysteries. The wind had begun to rise before sundown, a low, whispering push at first, like someone drawing breath behind your back. By the time the last dull smear of sunlight vanished behind the sea, the gale had taken on a life of its own, howling now, alive and full of menace, rushing against the lighthouse windows with a fury that rattled the iron frames and made the walls shudder. The tower itself stood firm. It had been built for this, sculpted out of stone that knew storms like a man knows breath. But tonight, something about the wind felt different. It wasn't just strong, it was hungry. The keeper stood alone in the lantern room, wrapped in his oilskin coat, the beam of the great light sweeping out over black waves, heaving like a living thing. He kept his hand braced against the wall to steady himself. As the tower leaned ever so slightly with the force of the storm, the Fresnel lens spinning above him, casting its warning to ships that might wander too close to the razor rocks of Eilean Moor. But tonight, the sea didn't need help to kill. It was already doing just fine. In the warm confines of the keeper's quarters, the others were likely seated at the small table, huddled over mugs of tea or something stronger, playing cards to pass the long hours. Thomas Marshall, the second assistant, quiet and religious, always seemed to grow more anxious when the weather turned. James Duckett, the principal keeper, was solid as the stones that made the lighthouse itself. Stoic, methodical, the kind of man who knew the rules and didn't much care for bending them. And then there was Donald MacArthur, the occasional keeper on rotation from the mainland, loud, quick to anger, but dependable when the work demanded it. A flash of lightning split the sky, illuminating the sea in a brief frozen frame of white-blue light. In that instant, the keeper swore he saw something on the cliffs below, a dark figure hunched low against the rocks, too far to make out clearly, too still to be part of the surf. Then it was gone. The thunder came moments later, shaking the tower like the breath of some old, angry god. He blinked, pressed a hand to the glass, and peered again. Nothing. Just waves and night. The mind plays tricks in places like this. Eilean Moor was one of 7 islands in the Flannan Isles, a lonely, jagged scatter of rock off the west coast of Scotland. No one lived here, not permanently. The lighthouse, completed only a year ago in 1899, was one of the most remote in the Northern Hemisphere, built not just against the sea, but within it. There were no trees here, no soil to speak of, just wind, stone and sea, and the 3 men tasked with keeping the light burning. Supplies came by boat every 2 weeks when the weather allowed. Relief keepers rotated in and out. But the island itself did not change. It was cold, it was quiet, and it watched you. He made his way down the narrow spiral staircase, lantern in hand, the oil flame casting elongated shadows along the curved walls. The roar of the wind seemed to follow him down, pressing through the cracks, curling under the doors. When he reached the main quarters, the warm scent of coal smoke and stew should have greeted him, but the room was silent. He paused, listened, heard only the tick of the regulator in the clockwork room nearby, keeping time in an empty place. He stepped into the sitting room. The chairs were there, the table set. A book lay open beside a mug, steam long since faded, but there were no voices, no movement, no one. He called out, first casually, then louder. No reply. He checked the sleeping quarters. The beds were empty. He made his way to the storeroom, then the washroom, then down into the lower levels of the tower. All empty. A rising tightness gripped his chest. The wind screamed against the windows as if laughing. He stepped outside, lantern shielded in his hand, and called again into the blackness. The rain stung his face, the air sharp with salt and electricity. He made his way to the western landing, the only spot where a man could leave the island when the weather was right. The iron railings along the stairs had been twisted as if by some colossal force. A lifebuoy had been torn from its mount. Ropes hung loose. The platform itself was empty. He turned in slow circles, lantern held high, scanning the rocks, the cliffs, the sea below. Nothing, no body, no footprints, no sign of struggle, just wind and the endless crash of waves. And then, silence. Not the quiet of a pausing conversation, not the stillness of a calm evening. This was a different kind of silence, a living, breathing thing that fell across the island like a shroud. The kind that makes your breath catch. The kind that makes your skin crawl. The kind that feels like being watched. He remained on that landing for a long time, long after the rain had soaked through his coat, long after the storm had begun to retreat, moving on to terrorize some other piece of sea. He waited until dawn stained the clouds with bruised violet, and the sea calmed just enough to reflect the dim light, and still no sign of the others. He returned to the tower alone. The relief vessel Hesperus was 3 days late. That in itself was not unusual. The waters around the Flannan Isles were as treacherous as any in the North Atlantic, and winter in the Hebrides brought with it an unrelenting force. Waves that could rise without warning, and winds that cut sideways through canvas and skin. The keepers on Eilean Moor were no strangers to isolation. 3 days of delay was nothing. Still, the unease had grown palpable on the deck as the rocky silhouette of the island came into view, dark against a grey horizon. Captain Harvey stood with his spyglass raised, scanning the high ridgeline for any sign of life. He saw only seabirds circling in the wind. A tradition among lighthouse keepers held that when a relief ship approached, the men on the island would descend to the landing, flags in hand, ready to assist with mooring and unloading. But on December 26, 1900, no figures stood waiting, no signal flags waved from the gallery. The lighthouse was silent, its great lantern extinguished. A sudden chill passed through the crew. These were not superstitious men, but there was something unnatural in that stillness. The Hesperus dropped anchor, and a small boat was dispatched. The crew rowed hard through the surf, drawing up to the eastern landing where the weather was calmer. The storm that had delayed them had moved eastward, leaving behind a world of slick black rock and pounding surf. Joseph Moore, a relief keeper from the mainland, was among them. He was the first to step ashore, and the moment his boots struck the landing, he felt it. The air was heavy with absence. He called out, voice echoing against the cliffs. Nothing. They climbed the winding path to the lighthouse. The gate was closed, the door shut but unlocked. Inside, the silence thickened. The entrance hall was dry and intact. The clock on the wall had stopped. Coats hung on their pegs, 2 of them. The third, belonging to one of the missing men, was gone. In the kitchen, the table was set for a meal. Plates were laid out, one with meat and potatoes left untouched. Bread sat sliced on the board. A chair was overturned. A tin of cold meat had been opened but not served. The hearth was cold. There were no signs of violence, no blood, no overturned furniture, no broken glass. Just abandonment, quiet, stillness. Moore ascended the tower alone. The light was out. The mechanism wound down. All routine maintenance had ceased. Down again into the storerooms, the sleeping quarters. Each bed neatly made, each pair of boots except one accounted for. One oilskin coat missing, the other still hanging as if waiting for their owners to return. A Bible lay open on a cot, a bookmark placed neatly within. But the men were gone. Captain Harvey, upon joining Moore and the others, made a full inspection of the grounds. It was then they discovered the western landing. Here, the clues grew stranger. The landing itself had been heavily damaged. Iron railings were bent. A box of ropes and equipment had been smashed open, its contents scattered. A path of destruction led from the edge of the cliff down toward the sea. But there were no bodies, no blood, no sign of a fall or of panic. Just battered metal, missing gear, and the sea. Back aboard the Hesperus, Harvey drafted a telegram to the Northern Lighthouse Board in Edinburgh. It read simply, "A dreadful accident has happened at Flannan's. The 3 keepers, Ducat, Marshall, and the Occasional, have disappeared from the island. The clocks were stopped and other signs indicated that the accident must have occurred about a week ago." The inquiry began immediately. Robert Muirhead, superintendent of the Northern Lighthouse Board, and a man who had personally known all 3 missing keepers, travelled to Eilean Moor to lead the investigation. He scoured the site, taking notes with the precision of a man trained in facts and mechanisms. He interviewed the Hesperus crew. He reviewed the logs, the kitchen, the landings, and the tower. What he found was unsettling, but inconclusive. The last entries in the lighthouse log were dated December 13th. Thomas Marshall had written of severe winds, the likes of which I have never seen in 20 years. He described James Ducat as being very quiet, and noted that Donald MacArthur had been weeping, odd behaviour for a hardened former soldier. The log also noted that prayers were said, which seemed out of place. This was not part of their usual duties. The final entry read only, "Storm ended, sea calm, God is over all." But on December 13th, no storms were recorded in the surrounding area. Ships had passed within sight of the islands without incident. There had been no reports of extreme weather. Whatever storm Marshall referred to seemed to have existed only on the island, or only for them. The official report concluded that the men had been swept to sea by a freak wave while attempting to secure gear during bad weather. Perhaps one had gone down to inspect damage, another to assist, and the third had followed. A logical tragedy, but questions remained. Why had only one set of oilskins been taken? No keeper would venture onto the landing in a storm without protective clothing. Why had they left the light unattended? This was unthinkable. A dereliction of duty by 3 meticulous men. Why had the meal been abandoned mid-preparation? And what of the log entries? The panic, the prayers, the reference to a storm no one else saw. Theories multiplied. Some clung to the official explanation, a chain of misjudged decisions in the face of dangerous weather. But others began to murmur darker things. Some suggested a murder-suicide, a breakdown among isolated men, exacerbated by weather and solitude. MacArthur, known for his temper, perhaps he killed the others, then flung himself into the sea, but there was no sign of struggle, no blood, no weapons, nothing to support the claim beyond speculation. Others whispered of supernatural forces. The Western Isles had long been steeped in folklore. Eilean Moor was sacred ground to some, cursed to others. Stories abounded of spirits in the cliffs, of strange lights in the sky, of voices heard in the wind. One theory claimed the men had been taken by fairies, by ghosts, by something older than either. The final log entry, God is over all. More recently, some researchers have proposed a geological explanation. The shape of the western landing, combined with its position, could make it uniquely vulnerable to so-called rogue waves, sudden, massive walls of water formed by intersecting wave systems. Such a wave could indeed smash the iron railings, drag men into the sea, and leave no trace behind. But even this explanation fails to account for the strange logbook, the calm reported by other ships, and the bizarre details left behind in the kitchen. The mystery has never been solved. The lighthouse remains, though it is now automated. The tower still stands against the wind, staring out over the endless Atlantic. But no keeper lives there now. The beds are empty, the logs unwritten. The meal, so long ago abandoned, is cold, and still the island watches. Over the years, visitors and researchers have come, hoping to find a clue missed by those before them. They find only stone, wind, and silence. The locals still speak of the three keepers with reverence, their names carried in the old songs and the sea air. Sometimes sailors claim to see lights on the island when there should be none. Some say they hear voices calling across the waves, but no answers ever come. Only the sea, eternal and indifferent, only the wind, whispering the same question again and again. What happened to the keepers of Eilean Moor? Just a quick heads up before we continue. The visuals in this video help set the scene, but you don't need to watch them to follow along. Feel free to let this play in the background while you work, relax, or as you're drifting off to sleep. Now sit back, relax, and let's get back to the stories. The stone beneath your feet is cold and the walls around you breathe with the weight of centuries. You sit upright in the bed, the sheets stiff and unfamiliar, and though the room is not dark, it feels dim with the kind of heaviness that light cannot dispel. The candle flickers on the bedside table, casting long shadows across the worn stone floor, shadows that seem to stretch toward the corners of the room and vanish into cracks you cannot see. Your brother sleeps beside you, curled under the blankets, his breathing soft but uneven. You are Edward, the eldest son of King Edward IV, now Edward V by law and lineage, though no crown rests on your head and no court greets you in the morning. You are 12 years old and a king in name, locked away within the Tower of London with your younger brother, waiting for something that no longer feels like a coronation. When you first arrived, the tower was spoken of as a palace, not a prison. It was tradition, they told you, for the king to reside here before his coronation. That was the story you believed. That was the hope you carried. Your father had died so suddenly, and the world had shifted with it. Your mother wept behind closed doors, and the lords around you wore faces like masks, their eyes full of calculation. They called for your uncle, Richard, Duke of Gloucester, to become Lord Protector until your reign could properly begin, and he came, not with affection or sorrow, but with soldiers and quiet urgency. He took you from your retinue, arrested your loyal kin, Lord Rivers, Lord Grey, your tutor, and led you to the tower with the explanation that it was for your safety, for the good of the kingdom. That was in early May. Your brother, Richard of Shrewsbury, was still with your mother at Westminster then, sheltered in sanctuary. She resisted giving him up, but after weeks of negotiation and pressure, he was taken and brought to you. He was frightened when he arrived, and you tried to comfort him, told him that it was only for a little while longer, that soon the ceremony would come and everything would return to normal. You both wanted to believe it. For a time, you did. In the early days, things were as they had been. You had servants who bowed and addressed you as your grace. You ate regular meals served on polished trays, and tutors came to teach you Latin and scripture. The air inside the tower smelled of damp stone and old dust, but the windows were open and you could sometimes hear the bells of the city outside. But then the visits stopped. The servants changed. Familiar faces disappeared, and unfamiliar ones arrived in silence, eyes cast downward. Meals grew less frequent, the trays more meagre. The shutters were drawn and left that way, and the room that once felt solemn now pressed in with a weight you couldn't name. You asked questions, but no one answered them. The coronation, which was to take place in June, was first delayed, then quietly cancelled. You were not told this directly. You overheard it one afternoon through the wooden door, two men speaking in low voices. They mentioned Parliament. They mentioned your uncle. They spoke as if you had never existed. That night, your brother asked you what it meant. You had no answer. You turned away and listened to the wind scrape against the stone outside. One evening, just before the last of the candles burned low, a man entered your room. He did not introduce himself, nor did he speak. He walked slowly, his boots heavy against the floor, and examined the room as if he were measuring it. He paused at the fireplace, then at the window, then turned and looked at the two of you without expression. You sat very still. Your brother reached for your hand. The man remained a few moments longer, then turned and left. The next morning, you heard the sound of metal grinding against wood, and the lock on the door was changed. You lost track of the days. There were no more visits, no more servants. The guards in the hallway no longer acknowledged your existence. You spoke less, even to each other. Your brother began to sleep for long stretches of time. His face pale and drawn, his eyes rimmed with fatigue. He would wake and ask if it was morning, and you would answer yes, though you could no longer tell. He cried often but quietly, and when he did, you pretended not to notice. You were meant to be a king. You were meant to be strong. Then, one night, there was the sound of footsteps. You had learned by now to recognize them, to tell the difference between the changing of the guard and something else. This was something else. These footsteps were slower, heavier. They paused outside your door. You held your breath. The door did not open. Minutes passed. Then the footsteps receded. You let out your breath and waited, but sleep never came. The last night came quietly. The torchlight flickered through the cracks around the door, and the air smelled of smoke and something bitter. You were both awake, though neither of you spoke. The room felt colder than usual, or perhaps it was your skin that had gone cold. The door opened. A man entered. You could not see his face. He knelt by your brother and placed a hand on his shoulder. He whispered something you could not hear. Your brother's eyes fluttered. You asked where your mother was. The man did not answer. He stood, looked at you both once more, and reached for the candle. And after that, nothing. There were no more sightings. A kitchen boy would later say he saw two figures at the window, just once, just briefly, before the curtains were drawn, but no one ever confirmed it. Your name ceased to be spoken in court. The pages of history continued without you. The tower stood silent. Your uncle was crowned King Richard III in July. The people cheered, not all of them. Some turned their heads, some whispered, but none dared to speak of the boy's heirs in the tower. You had once been a king, now you were a mystery. The summer faded into autumn, and the pageantry of a new monarch filled the streets with banners and marching men, but the absence of two young princes hovered like a fog above the revelry. No one asked openly where they had gone. No proclamations were issued, no funerals held. There was only silence, the kind of silence that grows deliberate with time. Within the walls of the tower, the rooms where Edward and his younger brother had once spoken in hushed voices remained still, and outside, in the courts and chapels and alleyways of England, people waited for answers that never came. Richard III sat on the throne now. He ruled with purpose, issuing reforms, tightening control over land disputes, trying to present himself as a just and capable king. But the crown that sat on his head did not shine as it should have. It bore the weight of suspicion. For all his effort to stabilize the kingdom, there was a question he could never quite outrun. What happened to the boys in the tower? In those early months, people whispered. Servants and scribes, clergy and nobles. The boys were last seen in the summer of 1483, and by autumn it was as if they had never existed. The rumours took root quickly. Some said they had died of illness, their bodies buried in secret. Others insisted they had been murdered, and not just murdered, but smothered, quietly and without a trace. Most of the suspicion fell on Richard, their uncle and supposed protector. Who else had motive? Who else had the opportunity? But no evidence surfaced, no death certificates, no witnesses, only the stark fact that the princes had vanished and their uncle now reigned in their place. The first true threat to Richard's reign came not from within his court, but from a former ally, Henry Stafford, Duke of Buckingham. Once a supporter, Buckingham raised a rebellion in October 1483, ostensibly in the name of restoring Edward V to the throne. But how could he hope to restore a king that no one had seen for months? Many historians would later argue that Buckingham's rebellion revealed more than just ambition. It hinted that the princes were already gone, and that their fate was common knowledge among the elite. Richard crushed the rebellion, and Buckingham was executed. Still, the murmurs persisted. If the boys were dead, why hadn't Richard acknowledged it? If they were alive, why keep them hidden? The silence was more damning than any confession. 2 years later, Richard himself would meet his end at the Battle of Bosworth, struck down by the forces of Henry Tudor. With Richard's death, the Plantagenet line came to a violent close, and a new dynasty began. Henry VII married Elizabeth of York, sister to the vanished princes, uniting the warring houses of Lancaster and York. If the boys had somehow survived Richard's reign, it would have been in Henry's best interest to produce them, to show that justice had been served and the rightful heirs restored. But he did not. Instead, Henry moved quickly and quietly. He executed those closest to Richard, including Sir James Tyrrell, a knight who had long served the former king. Years later, under interrogation, Tyrrell allegedly confessed the murder of the princes, claiming he acted on Richard's orders and that the boys had been smothered in their sleep. But no written confession survives. No details were ever released to the public. Tyrrell was executed, and the truth died with him. Decades passed. The new Tudor dynasty flourished, and England changed. But the mystery did not fade. If anything, it grew. In the absence of facts, theories multiplied. Some believe Richard had killed the boys to secure his crown. Others argued they had been smuggled out of the tower and sent abroad. Over the years, more than one pretender emerged, claiming to be one of the lost princes. The most famous was Perkin Warbeck, who in the 1490s declared himself to be Richard of Shrewsbury. He gained support from foreign courts, stirred unrest in England, and challenged Henry VII directly. But when captured, Warbeck confessed he was an impostor, a tool of political intrigue. He was executed in 1499. Whether he was truly a fraud remains a subject of debate. In 1674, nearly 2 centuries after the boys vanished, workmen remodelling the tower discovered a wooden box beneath a staircase in the White Tower. Inside were the remains of 2 children, their bones brittle with age, their skulls cracked and displaced. King Charles II, believing the mystery solved, ordered the bones to be interred in Westminster Abbey. They were placed in an urn and inscribed as the remains of Edward V and his brother Richard. But the evidence was circumstantial. No tests were conducted. The bones were never definitively linked to the princes. In the 20th century, the remains were examined briefly. 2 children, aged roughly 10 and 12, the right age. But the analysis was limited, and no DNA testing was performed. The Church of England, which guards the tomb, has repeatedly denied requests to exhume the bones for modern examination, and so they remain in silence, just as the tower remains, casting its long shadow across the Thames. Historians have debated endlessly. Did Richard order the deaths? Did Tyrrell act alone or even falsely confess? Was Buckingham responsible, acting without the king's knowledge? Could Henry VII have discovered the boys alive and killed them himself to protect his claim? Each theory has its champions, each one its gaps. What is known is this: 2 boys entered the tower in 1483, sons of a king, one the rightful heir to the English throne, and neither was ever seen again. The tower has witnessed centuries of blood and betrayal, of kings made and unmade, but the fate of Edward V and his brother remains its deepest secret. No witnesses, no graves, only silence. A silence thick with guilt, mystery, and the heavy weight of unanswered questions. They were boys who should have ruled. They became shadows in stone. The morning air hung thick with mist as the first rays of sunlight strained through the canopy of skeletal trees, casting pale light upon the narrow dirt path that wound through the countryside of Gévaudan. You are alone, walking with a woven basket tucked under one arm, your breath visible in the chill. The forests here are old, older than the villages that dot the hills, older than the stone chapels with their crumbling steeples. It is 1764, and the land is wild, the soil worked hard by peasants who have little to spare and even less to say to strangers. Superstition clings to these hills like the morning fog. You feel it behind you. A gaze, a presence, something moving just beyond the reach of sight. The birds are silent. That is what truly unsettles you. Not the cold, not even the rumours. It is the quiet, the unnatural pause in nature, as if the woods themselves have taken a breath and are waiting. Your eyes scan the tree line, your steps slowing. You know the stories. Everyone does now. A creature in the forest, a beast. They say it moves with the speed of wind and the cunning of a man. They say it kills for pleasure. The local priest preaches of God's wrath, of punishment come in the form of fang and claw. Others speak of wolves, of something diseased, monstrous, twisted by hunger. And then you hear it, a crack, sharp, sudden, the sound of something large snapping a branch beneath its weight. You freeze. The air around you seems to grow colder. The mist thickens. A shape shifts in the shadows. Too large for a man. Too low for a horse. You do not run. You cannot. Your legs have rooted to the earth, your heart hammering in your chest as the shape moves again, this time closer, silent now. The only sound is your own breathing, fast and shallow. And then it lunges. The last thing you see is a blur of dark fur and the glint of yellow eyes. When they find what is left of you days later, it is not whole. Torn in ways that no animal ought to tear. Your head is missing. The village gathers in silence. Women weep. The priest crosses himself and turns away. The men do not speak, but they all feel it, the same word in their minds. Beast. It is the summer of 1764 when the killings begin in earnest. One by one the victims fall. Most are women or children, poor shepherds tending flocks on remote hillsides. The first reports are hushed, dismissed as wolf attacks. But as the bodies mount and the wounds become more horrific, doubt seeps in. Witnesses begin to speak of a creature unlike any they have seen, as tall as a man, but running on 4 legs, a head shaped not quite like a wolf's, but longer, more like that of a dog or even a boar. Coarse, bristling hair, a long tail, teeth that rip and tear and do not stop. Panic spreads through Gévaudan like fire through dry grass. Entire villages are gripped by fear. Men refuse to go into the woods alone. Women keep their children indoors. Bells ring for prayer not just on Sundays, but every morning, every evening, and sometimes when the screams echo across the hills. The deaths are not clean. Bodies are found with throats torn out, chests savaged, limbs missing. Many are decapitated, the heads never recovered. Blood stains the grass in wide arcs, as though the victims were flung through the air. Hunters are called in. Locals form search parties. They comb the hills with muskets and dogs, but they find nothing. Or worse, they find tracks, strange tracks, and tufts of hair unlike any they've seen. The creature is never caught. The killings continue. By autumn, the death toll is rising into the dozens. The king hears of it. Louis XV, curious and concerned, dispatches professional hunters, men who have felled wolves across France. They bring traps, rifles, tactics learned in the service of royal forests. Still, the beast eludes them. It strikes without pattern, sometimes close to villages, sometimes deep in the wilderness. It seems to know when and where to attack, avoiding men with guns and instead targeting the defenseless. It kills a girl outside her home, a boy near the river, a woman picking herbs in the valley. What unnerves the people most is the creature's apparent intelligence. It is not blind instinct. It chooses its moments. It strikes and vanishes. Some believe it is sent by God, others that it is a punishment, a sign that the land has become wicked, and some believe it is not an animal at all. Whispers spread of a man-beast, of something born of sin or summoned by evil. Some say it wears armor, that bullets bounce from its hide. Others claim it walks on 2 legs when the moon is full. Priests begin to preach of repentance. Demonologists are consulted. The line between myth and truth begins to blur. Still, the deaths continue. In the dead of winter, when snow blankets the hills and the trees stand skeletal and black, the beast does not rest. It kills in the snow. It leaves prints that twist and vanish. One day, a hunter claims to have shot it. He says it fell, rolled into the brush, then vanished without a trace. Another finds blood, a trail leading to nowhere. By the time spring arrives, more than 60 people are dead, and the people of Gévaudan no longer walk the forests alone. The hunt will grow larger. The king will send his own men. But for now, the beast is still out there, moving through the trees, unseen, unsleeping, a shadow that devours the light. And every villager knows, as they bar their doors at night and whisper prayers by candlelight, that the beast of Gévaudan is not done. The fear that had once whispered through the hedgerows and misty lanes of Gévaudan had by now become a scream, a steady, keening wail of grief and helplessness echoing from hamlet to hamlet. By the spring of 1765, more than a year after the first killings, the region had become something more than a cursed landscape. It had become a theatre of horror, a place where death came not from war, famine, or pestilence, but from something unknown, and for the French monarchy, it had become an embarrassment. What had begun as scattered reports of wolf attacks had now bloated into a national crisis. Newspapers from Paris to Marseille covered the mounting death toll with breathless horror, describing the beast as a scourge, a phantom, a punishment, and when the local authorities failed to contain it, the crown stepped in. King Louis XV, a monarch often criticised for aloofness and scandal, found in the beast an opportunity to exert royal authority. He declared that the creature must be killed and the terror ended. In June 1765, he dispatched one of the greatest hunters in France, Jean-Charles Marc-Antoine Valmzel-Denneval, and his son, Jean-François, both professional wolf slayers with reputations forged in the forests of Normandy. They arrived in Gévaudan with an arsenal, high-caliber rifles, bloodhounds, nets and poisons, and an air of confidence that would not last. The Dennevals organised sweeping hunts with local volunteers, tracking wolves through the dense forests and across the high plateaus. They killed scores of them, large, aggressive males that could easily have accounted for isolated attacks. Yet the killings did not stop. If anything, they increased. The victims remained the same: children walking alone to wells, shepherdesses watching over sheep, travellers straying too far from the road. And the wounds were always more brutal than one might expect from an ordinary animal. Decapitations, entire torsos torn open. In one infamous case, a girl was found with only her legs remaining, the rest of her body having vanished into the trees. The people began to grumble. The Dennevals, for all their experience, had not stopped the beast. Some said they were hunting the wrong creature. Some said the beast was not a wolf at all, but something else, a supernatural force, a punishment from heaven, a demon in fur. In the autumn of 1765, frustrated by the lack of progress, the king recalled the Dennevals and sent in his own personal bodyguard, François Antoine, the 71-year-old Port Arquebusier of the king, a position of immense prestige and ceremonial importance. Antoine arrived with royal authority and began an even more rigorous campaign. By September, he had killed a massive wolf, larger than any seen in France in recent memory. It stood nearly 6 feet long, weighed over 130 pounds, and bore scars from old wounds. Its jaws were enormous, its teeth yellow and wicked. Antoine declared this was the beast. The animal was stuffed, preserved, and sent to Versailles. The court celebrated. The king awarded medals. The people of Gévaudan, exhausted and desperate for an end to the nightmare, wanted to believe. For a time they did, but the killings resumed. Less than 2 months later, more bodies were found, more missing children. The pattern was unmistakable. The beast lived. From here, the story becomes harder to follow. The official record frays at the edges. No new royal envoys were sent. No fresh proclamations were made. The monarchy had declared the matter settled. The beast was dead. To contradict that was to contradict the crown. So when the killings continued, They did so beneath the veil of silence. Locals still buried their dead. They still whispered of the creature in their prayers. But Paris had turned its gaze elsewhere. And still, the deaths continued. Between 1766 and 1767, the creature, or creatures, killed dozens more. But then, without warning or clear reason, the attacks diminished. In June 1767, a local nobleman named Jean Chastel claimed to have shot and killed a large beast near Montmouchet. He used a handmade bullet, forged, he said, from silver. The body was examined, buried hastily and largely forgotten. Chastel became a folk hero in some retellings, in others a shadowy figure himself. But after that summer, the killings stopped, for good. In total, over 100 people were believed to have died during the beast's reign of terror, with many more injured. The question of what, exactly, had hunted the people of Gévaudan remains unanswered to this day. Theories abound. The most conventional explanation is that the beast was, in fact, a wolf, or more likely, a series of wolves. Perhaps a particularly aggressive individual was responsible for the worst attacks, and later animals continued the pattern. The region was home to large wolf populations at the time, and desperation and fear can amplify perception. But this theory struggles to explain the reports of the beast's size, behavior, and near invulnerability. Eyewitnesses consistently described a creature unlike any wolf they had seen, often with a reddish hue, a strange odor, and an eerie fearlessness around humans. Some suggest the beast was a hybrid animal, a wolf crossed with a large hunting dog, perhaps bred in secret and released. Others claim it was an escaped exotic animal, such as a hyena or a lion smuggled into France and let loose either intentionally or by accident. The idea of a hyena gained traction due to similarities in gait, appearance, and the distinctive slope of the back. A more sinister theory posits that the beast was a human, or a human using an animal as a weapon. Some speculated that a serial killer was using a trained animal to commit the murders. Others believed that Chastel himself had a hand in the attacks, that he had raised or trained the beast, and killed it only when discovery became a risk. And then there are the supernatural explanations. The beast has, over the centuries, become entwined with werewolf legends. Its behavior, intelligence, and seeming immunity to musket fire fed these stories. In a time when faith and superstition blended easily, many believed the beast to be a punishment sent by God, or worse, a demon taking physical form. Modern scholars have tried to dissect the legend, but definitive answers remain elusive. The records are incomplete, biased, and in some cases, contradictory. The monarchy's desire to project control may have distorted the timeline. Local accounts were often coloured by fear or religious interpretation, and over time, the beast became less a creature than a symbol of rural suffering, of institutional failure, of the thin line between the natural and the unnatural. Today, Gévaudan remembers. Statues of the beast stand in village squares, museums preserve the tale, tourists follow trails through the hills where the attacks took place, and though the woods are quieter now, and the wolves long gone, the story lingers in the roots and soil. Because the beast of Gévaudan was more than an animal. It was a mirror held up to a time of fear and faith, violence and myth. It was a shadow that walked in the daylight, a whisper that grew teeth. And it was never caught, not really, not completely. It slipped back into the trees, into legend where it still waits, where it still watches. It began the morning after a late February snow, when the air still held that distinct hush that follows a silent, moonlit storm. Dawn came slowly to Devonshire, painting the eastern sky in the faintest shades of lavender and grey. Snow-covered fields, hedgerows and rolling hills glimmered softly under a thin crust of frost, creating a landscape that seemed at once serene and untouched. No wind stirred the trees, no birds yet dared to sing. It was as though the world had paused, holding its breath for reasons no one yet understood. In a small cottage on the outskirts of a village near the Exe estuary, a Devonshire farmer named John Bickle stirred from an uneasy sleep. He was a practical man, broad in the shoulders, his hands deeply calloused from years of working the land. He had risen early to start his daily chores, milking the cows, checking on the handful of sheep he kept for wool and meat, then tending to the hens in their coop. Stepping outside, he found the morning air sharper than expected, its chill biting his cheeks and stiffening his knees. He paused on the threshold, letting his eyes adjust to the half-light that precedes the sunrise, then glanced across the yard. He saw them at once. At first, his mind could not quite comprehend the sight. A single line of tracks etched sharply into the pristine snow, cut through his yard in a perfect row. From his vantage, each impression looked like a deep, narrow hoof mark, roughly 4 inches long and 2 to 3 inches across, yet set in such a manner that the prints formed a neat, single-file pattern, as if the creature responsible had placed one foot directly ahead of the other. There were no shuffling drags, no sign of a tail, no extra scuff to indicate wings, no variation in the spacing. Each print stood out with almost artificial clarity, spaced about 8 inches apart, continuing in an unbroken line far beyond the boundaries of the property. He blinked in confusion, stepping closer to examine one. The edges of the hoof print were crisp, as if freshly pressed. The farmer's first notion was that a stray donkey might have passed in the night, except it made no sense how the animal had gotten in, or why it would walk so methodically in a single track. Besides, no donkey track he had ever seen looked so perfectly symmetrical, so oddly shaped, or so lacking in any sign of partial overlap. He knelt, running his gloved fingers around the imprint's perimeter. It felt cold and smooth, compressed into the snow with what seemed like firm, downward force. When he followed the line of prints, confusion turned to astonishment. The tracks approached from the direction of the neighbour's field, crossed his fence not by going around or through it, but apparently over it. He could see a hoof mark perched on the topmost rail, lightly pressed into the thin layer of snow that had settled there. Another print appeared on the far side, leading onward into his yard. How an animal had managed to cross a fence in a single step, leaving its imprint on the very rail, defied logic. Even a cat or fox might leave claw marks or scrabbling traces. These prints, however, were simply there, precise and impossible. He followed them across his yard, past his shed and a small stable. He noticed that the line briefly rose up along the shed's side, as though the invisible walker had defied gravity, placing its hoof on the vertical surface. Then the prints descended back to the ground on the far side, continuing toward the orchard. If not for his own eyes, he would have sworn it was a hoax, a careful prank by mischievous youth. But who could manage such a feat in a single night, across so many obstacles, without leaving additional clues of their trickery? At the orchard's edge, the prints proceeded in that same unwavering line, weaving among trees, sometimes crossing directly over fallen branches without the slightest deviation. He lingered there for several minutes, scanning the horizon, half expecting to see some beast lurking among the frost-laden boughs. The silence pressed in around him, heavy and foreboding. When he reached the far boundary of his property, the tracks did not stop. They continued onward across a hedgerow into the neighbouring field, a single-file path carving through the snow, diminishing in the distance. He felt a prickling at the back of his neck. Swallowing hard, he glanced around as though the maker of those prints might still be near. But no shape stirred across the white expanse, no silhouette broke the tranquil lines of the rolling hills. Unnerved and filled with a sense that something beyond his understanding was at play, he decided to seek help. Perhaps old Tom Carter up the lane had seen the same footprints, or maybe that new vicar, rumoured to be an educated man, might propose a rational explanation. He set off, boots crunching in the snow, following the tracks as they led him toward the heart of the village. By mid-morning, the entire hamlet was abuzz. Men and women, children, even the local schoolmaster, had turned out to gape at the strange tracks that wound their way through gardens and fields, clambered over rooftops, or traversed narrow walls. Reports trickled in from neighbouring towns, Topsham, Lympston, Dawlish, Teignmouth and beyond, each one claiming identical footprints in identical conditions. Soon the curiosity in one village was echoed in another, until word spread up and down the ex-estuary like wildfire. Something had moved through Devon that night, and no one could explain how. At first the mood was one of puzzled fascination. People followed the line of hoof prints, excitedly pointing out how they crept across gates and scaled the sides of barns. Some tried to measure the spacing with yardsticks or bits of twine, only to find the dimensions eerily consistent. A handful of local youth giggled and dared each other to step into the footprints or to chase them as far as they could go. But after a while, even the children sensed a deepening unease. The prints never branched or doubled back, never wavered, never accompanied by lesser impressions, as if no second foot or limb ever touched the snow. A local blacksmith suggested it might be a deer, except deer typically leave broader prints and rarely place hooves so precisely in line. Moreover, deer do not stride across rooftops or fence rails. Another villager proposed a swan or goose, until a round of snickering pointed out that birds do not produce cloven hooves and certainly would not form such uniform, linear patterns. Someone else wondered about a two-legged donkey, battered into shape by some cruel master, but this notion was dismissed as quickly as it was raised. Too outlandish. And yet, the reality all around them was more outlandish still. By noon that first day, rumours caught flame. A travelling tinker, passing through with his cart, claimed the footprints were the mark of the devil himself, a warning to those who had grown lax in their Sunday devotions. He wove a tale of how, centuries past, the devil had visited a sinful town and left similar hoof marks as a sign of condemnation. A handful of villagers scoffed, but others found themselves shivering, remembering how local clergymen had occasionally warned them of demon visitations in times of moral decay. Thus began the name, the Devil's Footprints. With no plausible culprit at hand, a sense of dread took root. Neighbours locked their doors early that evening, ignoring the crisp, starry sky and the typical chores that would call them outside. The local inn, usually bustling at dusk with farmers seeking respite from the cold, found its patrons subdued, drinking quietly in corners, glancing at the windows in apprehension. Children asked anxious questions. Some mothers refused to let them venture beyond the threshold after dark. Even the dogs seemed unsettled, barking at empty spaces and pacing fences as though they scented a threat carried by the wind. As the second day dawned, fresh news arrived from across the region. The footprint trails extended to more than 30 distinct locales across Devon, from the fringes of Exmouth all the way to Newton Abbot, covering distances that seemed impossible for any ordinary creature to traverse in a single night. In many places, the tracks inexplicably halted at the edge of rivers, only to reappear on the opposite bank, as though the being had either flown or walked upon water. Equally baffling were the footprints discovered on rooftops. In one village, residents found the prints along the ridge of a thatched cottage, spaced at the same intervals, as though a 4-inch hoof had gently stepped from straw to straw without collapsing the thatch. Another home in a neighbouring parish showed the same pattern moving up a vertical wall, crossing the rooftop and descending along the other side. No marks of slipping or scrambling, just the same calm, methodical steps. A few adventurous souls tried to follow the footprints for as long as they could manage, trudging across fields and through hedgerows, climbing over stiles and gates, only to lose them hours later in thick patches of wood or along icy riverbanks. Some insisted the trail continued again on the far side of the trees, or that it rose up into the hills, but each time, nightfall or exhaustion forced them to abandon the chase. Not a single witness ever reached a definitive end to the tracks. Local clergymen offered varied responses. Some urged caution, viewing the phenomenon as a test from heaven or a harbinger of spiritual warfare. A few began quiet exorcisms, sprinkling holy water around the footprints, urging villagers to reaffirm their faith lest the devil find a foothold among them. Others took a more measured approach, preaching calm, reminding their congregations not to succumb to superstition. Still, an unsettling sense of gloom continued to spread, especially in the smaller hamlets. Whispers grew that these tracks might be a warning, a sign that the region was cursed, or that some dreadful event loomed on the horizon. In the midst of growing panic, certain rational voices tried to bring reason to bear. One local physician, Dr. Jeffries, theorized that the footprints belonged to a large, bounding rodent, perhaps rats leaping in single file. Another man posited that escaping convicts from a distant prison had fashioned makeshift wooden clogs shaped like hooves to throw authorities off their trail, yet such explanations crumbled under scrutiny. Rats rarely leave such tidy marks, let alone in so many villages across wide distances, and the convict theory fell apart when it was pointed out that the footprints traversed walls and roofs no human being could realistically ascend without leaving additional evidence of climbing. Newspaper reporters from Exeter and Plymouth soon arrived, their curiosity piqued by stories spreading like wildfire among the local populace. They interviewed residents who had awakened to find hoof marks in their own backyards. They attempted to photograph or sketch the prints, but in an era long before widespread photographic technology, visual documentation remained rudimentary. Some correspondents wrote tongue-in-cheek editorials, suggesting that Devon had become the staging ground for the devil's next gambit. Others tried their best to stay neutral, recounting only what was observable: uniform cloven prints, set in a line, ignoring obstacles, spanning miles. By the close of that second day, the phenomenon had earned a name in local dispatches: the Devil's Footprints. As more and more farmland and village roads were examined, the full scale of this riddle became apparent. Evidence suggested that, in total, the tracks covered over 100 miles in partial or continuous segments, crossing multiple rivers and streams, forging their way through isolated snow-covered glens and wending across wide valleys. The sheer distance implied not one, but many potential creatures, yet the consistency of shape, size, and spacing of the prints argued powerfully for a single source, a creature that could travel at astonishing speed and surmount every fence, wall or building in its path. Some questioned whether multiple hoaxers could have collaborated, each armed with a wooden stamp carved into the shape of a cloven hoof, meticulously pressing prints into the snow. But for such a grand deception to remain undetected across so many miles seemed unlikely, especially in rural Devon, where suspicion and curiosity were high and the local networks of communication swift. Moreover, the incredible detail of the footprints, their uniform depth and precise spacing, made many doubt any group of pranksters could pull off such a feat under the cover of a single wintry night without leaving footprints of their own or drawing the attention of dogs and watchful farmhands. By the start of the third day, a tangible tension gripped the region. While no new footprints had appeared overnight, the memory of them lingered in every conversation, every hush that fell across the local pubs and marketplaces. People recounted stories from their grandparents' time, old folk tales about the devil roaming the countryside in the shape of a goat or a black stallion. Others spoke of witches and pacts, midnight rituals that might have called forth some spirit with hooves of iron. Even those of a more scientific bent found themselves unsettled by the lack of any satisfactory explanation. It seemed as though the phenomenon belonged equally to the realms of natural and supernatural, refusing to be claimed by either. Children, wide-eyed with fear, asked why no one had seen the creature. Husbands questioned wives, neighbours pressed neighbours, hoping someone might have glimpsed a shape on the horizon, heard an unearthly neigh, or caught the faint sound of hooves clacking in the dark. But not one person claimed direct sighting. Lanterns and candles burned late in many cottages, as families dreaded the possibility of a return. Even the most stoic individuals felt a creeping unease when they glanced at the empty fields beyond their windows, half expecting to see fresh prints taking shape before their eyes. On the evening of that third day, a small group of village men, including the farmer John Bickle, gathered at the local inn to pool their observations. They spread out a large sheet of paper on a table, on which they had drawn rough maps of where the footprints had been sighted. Each mark corresponded to a place or property that bore the same mysterious hoofprints. Connecting these marks with charcoal lines revealed a bewildering pattern crisscrossing the entire region. Some lines overlapped or came close to intersecting, prompting the men to wonder if the entity had doubled back or teleported from one location to another. An older fisherman, known for his level head, observed that certain stretches ran along the estuary, then abruptly crossed the water to continue at a precise mirrored angle on the opposite shore. Another noted that in places the prints ascended steep inclines that even a goat would tackle with difficulty, yet they betrayed no sign of slipping. The men debated for hours, voices rising and falling with excitement and frustration. By midnight, they were no closer to an answer, only a deeper appreciation for the complexity of what had transpired. In the days that followed, the story of the devil's footprints spread beyond Devon, carried by letters and rumour. Newspapers in London picked it up, often relegating it to curious tidbits in the back pages, but occasionally it featured on the front, under sensational headlines such as "Satan in Devon" or "Hoofprints of the Night Wanderer." National attention brought travelling curiosity seekers, a trickle of bold individuals who came to see for themselves the last fading traces in the snowdrifts, now partially melted and distorted by time. Their presence did little to calm local nerves. Some, more theatrical in nature, claimed to sense an evil aura in the footprints, performing makeshift exorcisms or ceremonies on site. Others attempted to gather plaster casts, though the late February thaw made such endeavours difficult. For a few weeks, the entire county buzzed with speculation. Farmers refused to leave their barns unattended at night, Dogs were brought inside, and many a hearthside conversation ended with a fearful glance at the window. Eventually, as winter's grip loosened and spring's promise began to push through the frosted ground, the footprints themselves grew rarer, lost to warmth and subsequent rains. The immediate terror receded, replaced by a lingering wariness whenever talk turned to omens and devils, yet the memory remained. Those who had seen the footprints with their own eyes recalled them vividly to their grandchildren decades later. Younger folk grew up hearing tales of that February when the devil supposedly walked across Devon in the hush of night, crossing rivers and roofs without leaving so much as a hair or a breath behind. Some said the entity had come and gone, never to return. Others believed the phenomenon could happen again at any time, perhaps in a different county or country, leaving confusion and fear in its wake. The snow did not last for more than a week, dissolving beneath patches of late winter sun and occasional bursts of rain that swept in from the English Channel. Yet the footprints themselves refused to fade from collective memory. Indeed, as the days passed and the thaw turned those once crisp marks into pocks of slush, the interest in their origin only grew more intense. Rumours that had begun as hushed fireside whispers soon leapt beyond the parish boundaries and made their way into Devon's modest newspapers, then onward to larger press outlets in London. Letters arrived at the local vicarages from curious scholars, armchair detectives, and even a few adventurers drawn by the prospect of encountering the unknown. Across the region, the atmosphere crackled with a nervous energy. The idea that a single set of hoof prints could cross miles of countryside, scale rooftops and traverse walls and fences as though they were no more than lines on a map, troubled even the most grounded minds. When, after several days, no new footprints appeared, relief mingled with a lingering sense of unfulfillment. People wanted answers. Was it a hoax? Some heretofore unknown animal? A supernatural visitation? The question loomed over every dinner table discussion and every chance meeting on muddy lanes, refusing to settle. Two leading figures emerged from the local community, each taking a central role in the informal investigation. The first was the Reverend Dr. Thomas Templeton, a vicar stationed at a mid-sized parish about 10 miles from the estuary. A man of keen intellect, Templeton had studied natural history and philosophy at Oxford in his youth, developing a fascination with how folklore and faith intersected. The second was Captain Charles E. Mowbray, a retired naval officer living in Exeter. Mowbray, known for his systematic mind and love of methodical inquiry, volunteered his services in hopes of bringing reason and order to the chaotic stories swirling through the region. Templeton began by compiling eyewitness accounts, carefully writing letters to every parish in Devon that had reported sightings of the footprints. He asked for detailed descriptions, the size and shape of the prints, the terrain they covered, the weather conditions, any unusual noises or sightings. Despite delays in the postal service and the general reluctance of some villagers to commit their experiences to writing, he received a steady stream of responses. These letters contain not only factual descriptions, but also the emotional tenor of the communities. One farmer confessed to having nightmares of a cloven-hoofed figure tapping at his window. A mother wrote of her children refusing to venture outdoors at dawn for fear the footprints might reappear beneath their very feet. Meanwhile, Captain Mowbray conducted a more direct approach. He travelled from village to village on horseback, forging through muddy lanes even in poor weather, seeking out individuals who had personally traced the footprints in the snow. He interviewed them at length, asking whether they had noticed any secondary marks, tail drags, feathers, hair. Nearly all had the same story. There was nothing but that single file line of cloven impressions. Intrigued, He measured the distance between footprints whenever possible and meticulously noted any variations in size or depth. What he found astonished him. The variation was minimal, typically less than a half-inch difference across dozens of samples. The depth often ranged between 1 and 2 inches, which suggested a consistent weight pressing down, heavier than a small animal, but somehow not sinking as deeply as a full-sized horse or deer might. As the weeks wore on, Templeton and Mowbray struck up a correspondence, exchanging their findings and speculations. The Reverend frequently wrote of the spiritual dimension. He had encountered fellow clergymen who embraced the notion of diabolical involvement, seeing the phenomenon as a divine sign or a test of faith. Others remained skeptical, insisting that it was mere superstition to attribute every mystery to the devil. Mowbray, more pragmatic, listed potential explanations. Perhaps it was a hoax by cunning pranksters. Some suggested that an escaped kangaroo or other exotic animal might have bounded across the fields, while others spoke of a mechanical device, a balloon or some bizarre machinery, trailing a tether that formed these prints. There were those who suspected a form of mass hysteria, that only a fraction of the reported footprints were real, and the rest conjured by collective imagination. Still others believed wholeheartedly in a supernatural cause, pointing to folklore about the devil's cloven hooves, and warning that the region should heed this dire omen. Although these ideas circulated widely, none offered a complete or convincing solution. The hoax hypothesis foundered when one considered the vast distance and precision involved, and how no one had seen or heard anything. The exotic animal theory lost traction when villagers pointed out that kangaroos would leave bounding tracks with tail marks. The concept of a balloon or airborne device seemed too far-fetched for the technology of the time, and it also failed to explain footprints that climbed vertical walls and rooftops. Mass hysteria could not account for the striking uniformity of the prints that so many measured and sketched. As for supernatural or diabolical involvement, it remained largely a matter of personal belief, one that deeply unsettled a community grappling with the limits of what it could understand. Newspaper reporters from Exeter and Plymouth soon arrived, their curiosity piqued by accounts of the tracks meandering through so many villages. Some wrote articles couched in wry skepticism, half mocking the idea of a satanic visitation. Others took a more even-handed approach, noting the peculiar consistency in eyewitness descriptions. London-based publications picked up the story, featuring brief stories with sensational headlines like "The Devil's New Playground" or "Hoof Prints of Dread in Devon." While a few ridiculed the West Country as superstitious, others pointed out that no one had offered a truly satisfactory explanation. As March gave way to April, daily life in Devon resumed its normal pace in outward appearance. Fields needed ploughing, lambing season approached, and the first signs of spring greenery softened the bleakness of winter. But the footprints remained a point of discussion. In local inns, travellers exchanged stories of how many miles they had personally traced the line, each account more remarkable than the last. More than a few folk, still trembling from the memory, offered hushed confessions that they believed the region had witnessed a true manifestation of something beyond mortal understanding. Others insisted that a rational explanation existed, though they had yet to discover it. The diaries of a young schoolteacher named Emily Winfield began circulating in partial transcripts, courtesy of an acquaintance who found them noteworthy. Emily had meticulously recorded the events in her journal, noting how the footprints ran right through the school's courtyard and onto the roof of the adjoining stable. She described the effect on her pupils, some weeping at their desks, others trying to act fearless but plainly shaken. She wrote about a sermon in which the local vicar implored the faithful not to let the devil's footprints overshadow their faith, and she recorded her own fears, lying awake in the small hours of the night, half expecting to hear the clop of those unnatural hooves on her windowsill. In late April, Reverend Templeton and Captain Mowbray finally met in person at an inn near Newton Abbot, a neutral midpoint. Their conversation reportedly went on for hours, covering every rumour, every measured print, every bizarre anecdote of sightings or near sightings. Mowbray confessed that despite his best attempts, he could not replicate the footprints with any artificial device. He had tried carving out a wooden hoof stamp, weighting it for consistency, and pressing it along a short path in fresh snow. The initial appearance was similar, but the spacing quickly wavered, and vertical surfaces or rooftops were impossible to fake without leaving additional evidence of climbing or scaffolding. Templeton summarised letters from neighbouring counties, some referencing older, similar legends about hooved apparitions, but none documented on such a broad scale. They parted with no final conclusion, only a promise to preserve their notes in case future generations sought answers. Over the summer, new events gradually overshadowed the mystery. Crops grew, travellers came and went, and talk of the footprints settled into the realm of local lore. People recalled how the phenomenon had shaken them to their core, but now the immediate terror receded. A few watchers still stayed up on winter nights when new snow was forecast, determined to catch the creature if it returned, but it never did. As autumn neared, the footprints had become something of a cautionary tale, folded into local tradition alongside stories of ghostly hounds and roaming pixies. Nonetheless, fresh whispers occasionally arose. A travelling pastor from Cornwall wrote to Devon's church wardens, claiming a similar event had once occurred in his parish years ago. A visiting tradesman from Wales insisted that, as a child, he had witnessed tracks of comparable shape. The accounts were vague, unsupported by sketches or consistent measurements. They merely hinted that Devon's experience might not be an isolated episode, and that the unknown creature or force behind those footprints might surface elsewhere, under the right conditions. As the year wore on, the newspapers found newer topics to cover, from political shifts to the expansions of the railway. Yet the legend of the devil's footprints endured. Over the decades that followed, it appeared sporadically in local histories, ghost story anthologies, and the occasional scientific journal. Sometimes the tracks were cited as an example of mass panic or the power of rumour, while in other writings they stood as evidence for hidden dimensions of nature or the supernatural. No unifying consensus was ever reached, and in a sense that was the lasting power of the event. For the people who had been there in 1855, it was no abstract curiosity. It was a raw, tangible mystery they had confronted in their own yards and on their own rooftops. Many recalled standing at dawn in the bitter cold, hearts pounding, while they traced the path of impossible footprints that seemed determined to traverse any obstacle in their way. They had tested the snow with their own hands, measured the prints with rulers or bits of string, stared at fences and walls that should have halted any normal creature, but did not. Those memories, passed down through families and local tales, infused the region with a lingering hush whenever the matter was raised. Some insisted they could still sense an echo of dread in the fields and lanes where the footprints had once been so clear. Others smiled knowingly, hinting that Devon had glimpsed something beyond ordinary reckoning, a fleeting brush with the unexplained, a reminder that some corners of the world still hold secrets even the most ardent rationalists struggle to dispel. The footprints, after all, may have melted, but their imprint on the collective mind remained. In the end, the Devil's Footprints became a study in how communities wrestle with uncertainty. Where the devout saw an omen or a spiritual test, skeptics searched for physical explanations. Where the imaginative wove tales of diabolical visits, more sober minds meticulously documented everything they could measure. None of these viewpoints fully eclipsed the others, leaving a tapestry of overlapping stories that refuse to resolve into a single coherent thread. And so the story stands, as much a part of Devon as its rolling moors and rocky coasts. The winter of 1855 remains etched in local memory, a cold season that, for one night, turned fields and rooftops into a silent stage for an impossible set of tracks. However one chooses to interpret it, hoax, spirit, or unknown creature, the footprints represent a testament to the fragile boundary between the known and the inexplicable. A boundary that, once crossed, leaves us questioning not just what walked through our world, but whether our world is as stable as we prefer to imagine. He did not know where he had come from, only that the world he now stood in was impossibly vast. The streets seemed to breathe. Cobblestones clattered beneath his unsteady feet, like the ribcage of some sleeping creature he had just awakened. The sun was too bright, the air too clean, the sky far too open. It was a Monday, May 26th, in the year 1828, and the city of Nuremberg went about its business with carts rumbling past and market stalls opening to the sound of clinking coins. And then, down one of those narrow lanes, came a figure so out of place that the world seemed for a moment to stop and stare. He was perhaps 16 or 17, though his legs bent awkwardly, as if he had only just learned to walk. His clothes were simple but strange: coarse trousers, a loose-fitting shirt, boots that did not fit. In one hand he clutched a letter, in the other a small prayer book. His movements were unsure. He spoke little, and when he did, it was with a thick, halting accent and the vocabulary of a child. Over and over he repeated a phrase as if it were a magic incantation, the only one he had ever learned. "I want to be a cavalryman, as my father was." He did not know where he had been born, or what a father was, or what exactly a cavalryman did, but he said it nonetheless, like a ritual, like a key to a door no one could see. The townspeople gathered. They called for the police. He was taken into custody, gently at first, as though he were not a boy, but a curious object, perhaps dropped from the sky. He offered no resistance. He smiled at nothing. He stared at walls. He walked like a newborn deer, fascinated by the feel of stone underfoot. The letter he carried bore no signature. It was addressed to the captain of the 4th Squadron of the 6th Cavalry Regiment, and claimed that the boy had been raised in total isolation, never allowed to leave his place of confinement. It explained that he had been taught only religion and a desire to serve in the military. The writer stated that he had been his keeper, but not his father. There was a second letter, supposedly written by his mother at birth, declaring that Kaspar had been born on April 30th, 1812, and that his father had died as a cavalryman. The handwriting of both letters, however, was soon found to be identical. No one in Nuremberg had seen anything like it. The boy, who gave his name, if it was truly his own, as Kaspar Hauser, was brought to the police station, where he collapsed into a corner, curled his body into itself like a wounded animal, and fell asleep. They fed him bread and water. He refused all else. When given a candle, he reached out and touched the flame directly, without flinching, as if he had never been told what fire was. When asked where he had come from, he offered only fragments: a dark room, straw on the floor, water in a wooden cup. No people, no light, no sky, only a hand that sometimes reached through a door and gave him food, and a toy horse carved from wood that he kept with him always. He was examined by doctors, interrogated by the curious, and slowly, cautiously invited into the life of the city. It was immediately clear that something was not right, but no one could agree on what. Some saw him as a miracle, a child untouched by the world, a human tabula rasa. Others whispered that he was deranged, perhaps dangerous. He wept easily. He laughed inappropriately. He was captivated by colours, by movement, by animals. He feared iron stoves and bells. He did not know how to hold a spoon. But what unnerved people most was not his ignorance, it was how quickly it faded. Within weeks, Kaspar was learning German at an astonishing pace. He could read and write basic sentences. He began sketching images with unsettling precision. He learned to play piano, clumsily but with apparent talent. He rode horses. He painted. The boy who had arrived like an infant in a young man's body was transforming before their eyes. And as he did, the mystery of his origin only deepened. Stories began to circulate. Some believed he had been imprisoned in a dungeon from infancy, raised by a captor for reasons unknown. Others insisted he was a noble child, perhaps the secret heir to a royal house, hidden away to prevent his claim. A few declared him a fraud, an actor playing a part. But for every person who doubted, there were two who believed. The philosopher and jurist Paul Johann Anselm Ritter von Feuerbach, a highly respected Bavarian official, took an immediate interest in the case and declared that Kaspar's story, improbable though it seemed, was genuine. Feuerbach wrote extensively on the boy's situation, portraying him as a living experiment in the formation of human identity. Kaspar was placed in the care of a schoolmaster named Friedrich Daumer, a gentle and scholarly man who taught him math, writing, and drawing. In Daumer's house, the boy began to thrive, or seemed to. But with that growth came a darker edge. He spoke of dreams, hallucinations some thought, of a black figure in a hood standing at the edge of his bed. He complained of headaches, of voices, of strange sensations when exposed to metal or light. He sometimes fainted without cause. His sleep was troubled. He developed phobias, mirrors, keys, locks. He flinched when touched unexpectedly, and always he seemed to carry the sense that someone, somewhere, was watching. In October 1829, a year and a half after his arrival, Kaspar was found bleeding from a wound to his head. He claimed that a masked man had broken into Daumer's house and struck him with a razor, whispering, "You still must die, Kaspar Hauser." A search of the house found no intruder. There were no footprints, no sign of forced entry. Suspicion began to grow. Some accused Daumer of staging the event to gain sympathy. Others believed Kaspar had done it to himself. But if he had, it was unclear why. Was it a cry for attention, a reenactment of some buried trauma, or had someone truly tried to silence him? The incident marked a shift. Public interest, once filled with wonder, turned cautious. Was he an innocent victim of some great conspiracy, or a clever impostor with motives no one could fathom? He was moved to new lodgings, placed under the supervision of Baron von Tucher, and later transferred to Ansbach under the care of Lord Stanhope, a wealthy English nobleman who had taken a curious interest in his case. Stanhope paid for Kaspar's education, his clothing, his board, and declared his intention to solve the mystery of the boy's origins. he made inquiries across Europe, searching for any trace of a lost prince, a kidnapped noble child, a missing heir. He found little, but still, he wrote letters on Kaspar's behalf, made arrangements, promised he would adopt the boy and bring him to England. The trip never happened. Meanwhile, the inconsistencies in Kaspar's story began to pile up. He contradicted himself often. He spoke of memories that changed with each retelling. He offered details that no child locked in darkness should know. He hinted at knowledge of geography, of courtly customs, of reading and writing far earlier than he should have. Some believed these were signs of trauma, of a fractured mind struggling to form coherent memories. Others believed he was lying. The debate deepened. Was Kaspar Hauser a fraud, a traumatized orphan, or a royal child stolen from his birthright and raised in secret by a conspirator who had tried, and perhaps still tried, to erase him? More and more the city seemed divided. He had become too famous to ignore and too mysterious to trust. His face, with its delicate features and wide eyes, appeared in prints and pamphlets. People wrote songs about him. Children imitated his halting walk. And yet, those who lived closest to him began to pull away. He could be moody, even manipulative. He told lies, he demanded attention, he grew paranoid, he feared poison, he carried an apple knife with him at all times, but through it all the image of the boy who had once emerged into the world from darkness lingered. He was still in many ways an enigma, part child, part young man, part phantom, and whether he was what he claimed to be or not, it was clear that someone, somewhere, had shaped him into what he had become. The shadow of that unknown past hung over him, the figure in the darkness, the door that opened only to deliver food, the hours spent in silence, the toy horse, the phrase about cavalry, the letters written in the same hand. He had arrived from nowhere, speaking no language but need, and the world, which had at first embraced him with wonder, now studied him like a riddle written in a dying tongue. It would not be long before blood was spilled again. Kaspar Hauser did not belong anywhere, not to the past he could not remember, nor the future that increasingly seemed to reject him. By the time he was moved to Ansbach under the watchful eye of Johann Georg Meyer, a government-appointed guardian, the marvel that had once surrounded his sudden appearance in Nuremberg had long since cooled into something more brittle. Curiosity had turned to caution. The generous hands that had once fed and clothed him now closed into fists of suspicion. People still spoke of him, still speculated about the boy who came out of the dark, but the kindness had faded, and in its place, something colder had begun to take hold. Meyer did not trust Kaspar. He was a stern, bureaucratic man who treated the boy not as a miraculous waif or a prince in disguise, but as a problem to be managed. The barons and intellectuals who had once championed Kaspar's cause had faded into silence, and Lord Stanhope, who had so dramatically pledged his protection and resources, withdrew as well, writing to others that he no longer believed the story, that Kaspar had deceived them all. The promised journey to England never came. The adoption papers were never signed. Whatever light Kaspar had once walked in had dimmed to a kind of twilight, where all faces seemed suspicious and every shadow seemed to whisper against him. It was December 1833 when the final chapter began. By then, Kaspar was 21 years old, still young but different. The boyish softness of his features had sharpened. His hair was darker, his eyes a little more haunted. He carried himself more deliberately now, no longer the unsteady, blinking creature who had first stumbled into Nuremberg with a note in his pocket. But if he had learned to move more like a man, There was something in his gaze that had never quite adjusted. He remained an outsider, a question mark wrapped in flesh, and no amount of piano lessons or tutoring had ever erased that. On the morning of December 14th, Kaspar returned home from a walk, blood soaking through his coat. He was pale, shaking. His hands trembled as he pulled open the door, and he collapsed onto the floor, clutching his side. There was a wound in his chest, deep, ragged, near the heart. He gasped that he had been attacked in the park, lured there by a man who claimed to have news about his origin. A stranger, he said, a man with a gift. He had been handed a pouch, and as he leaned forward to take it, the man stabbed him, then disappeared. He survived the night barely. The next day he described the man in vague terms. Tall, dressed in black, a stranger's voice. He said the man told him to meet near the Hofgarten, near a monument. He said he was handed a small silk bag with a note inside, and that before he could read it, the blade came down. The pouch was found. The note, written in mirror script, was deciphered. It read, "Hauser will be able to tell you quite precisely how I look and from where I am. To save Hauser the effort, I want to tell you myself from where I come. I am from the Bavarian border, on the river. I will even tell you my name, MLO." No one recognized the name. The handwriting was similar to that found on the original letters Kaspar had carried when he first appeared. No fingerprints, no footprints, no witnesses. The blood trail was erratic, the account inconsistent. A search of the park found nothing. 3 days later, on December 17th, 1833, Kaspar Hauser died. The physician who performed the autopsy was puzzled. The wound, he said, had not been immediately fatal. It had pierced a lung, yes, but with proper care he might have survived. And the angle was strange, difficult to achieve from the front, easier from the side, or even self-inflicted. He suggested the possibility that the wound had been staged. Perhaps, in a bid for attention or sympathy, Kaspar had tried to wound himself, only to drive the blade too deep. The debate erupted immediately. Some believed it was suicide, that the weight of the lies had grown too heavy. Others believed it was murder, carried out at long last by those who had always meant to silence him. And then there were those who believed the wound had indeed been self-inflicted, but not as an attempt to die, rather as one last, desperate attempt to reignite the world's interest in his story, a cry to be seen, to be believed, a miscalculation that cost him everything. He was buried in Ansbach, and his grave bears a haunting inscription. Here lies Kaspar Hauser, riddle of his time. His birth was unknown, his death mysterious. But the mystery did not die with him. The theories bloomed, darker and more elaborate with each passing year. The most enduring and widely believed held that Kaspar Hauser had been born into nobility, perhaps even royalty. Some claimed he was the rightful Prince of Baden, born in 1812 to Grand Duke Charles and Grand Duchess Stephanie. The story went that Kaspar had been stolen from the cradle and replaced with a dying infant, so that another branch of the family might inherit the throne. His disappearance, if true, had altered the line of succession, and if he had returned as an adult ignorant of his past, then those who stood to lose their titles and fortunes would have every reason to ensure he did not live long enough to remember. The theory had powerful believers, writers, historians, even members of European nobility. They pointed to the timing of his birth, the strange indifference of those who should have helped him, the suspiciously eager disavowal by Lord Stanhope, and most of all, the letter left after his stabbing, written in the same mirrored script as his original documents, a cipher of secrets, a breadcrumb trail that stopped at the grave. Skeptics were no less vocal. They pointed to his inconsistent memory, the lies he was known to tell, the fact that his story changed frequently and in convenient ways. His supposed lack of knowledge of the world, they argued, had never held up under scrutiny. He had recognized basic objects too quickly, had shown familiarity with language and writing too soon. The wound that killed him was, by their reasoning, a final act of theatre, an accident brought on by his own ambition to keep the mystery alive. In this view, Kaspar Hauser was not a royal orphan or a hidden prince, but a clever manipulator, perhaps raised in poverty or abuse, who invented a story so compelling that even he began to believe it. In time, science joined the search. In the early 2000s, researchers extracted DNA from hair and clothing believed to have belonged to Kaspar. They compared it with the known descendants of the House of Baden. The results were ambiguous. Some tests showed no genetic match. Others suggested a possible link, but not strong enough to confirm royal lineage. Critics argued the samples might have been contaminated, that the comparisons were flawed. Supporters pointed out that the House of Baden had never allowed direct DNA testing from remains of the supposed official child who died in 1812. The waters remained murky. Theories continue to multiply. Some say he was the child of a domestic servant, hidden away due to shame. Others suggest he was the product of a psychological experiment, perhaps the victim of deliberate isolation to study the development of human consciousness. Some say he was mad, others say he was more sane than any of us, just never given the chance to prove it. In literature and film, Kaspar became a symbol. The boy who came out of the dark, the feral child, the noble savage, the unwanted prince. He has been portrayed as innocent, as tragic, as dangerous, as divine. His name appears in novels, in poetry, in film, most famously in Werner Herzog's The Enigma of Kaspar Hauser, a haunting portrait of a soul adrift. But if you strip away the myths, the speculation, the theories and the scandals, what remains is a single enduring image, a teenage boy walking barefoot into a city he had never seen, blinking against the light, clutching a letter in one hand and a wooden horse in the other, asking only for bread and a place in the world. He could have been anyone. And perhaps that is why his story lingers, because Kaspar Hauser was not just a mystery to be solved, he was a mirror held up to a society eager to project onto him its fears, its hopes, its guilt. In him, the world saw what it wanted to see: a prince, a fraud, a saint, a madman. And like all mirrors, he showed us not who he was, but who we are. A reflection, a name carved into stone, still waiting for an answer. The candles flickered gently against the polished crystal, their light refracted in soft halos across the mirrored walls of Madame de Pompadour's salon, casting everything in a golden haze that blurred the edges of reality. The air was thick with the mingled perfume of rosewater, pipe smoke, and freshly powdered wigs, mingling with the low hum of conversation, the rustle of silk skirts, the clink of porcelain teacups. A violinist played somewhere behind the damask curtains, the notes drifting over the gathering like a fine mist. It was a night like many others in the age of salons and secrets, where the aristocracy of 18th century France gathered to gossip, to scheme, to philosophize, and to observe the curious game of power and performance that passed for society. And yet, even among the dukes and duchesses, the poets and libertines, all eyes were drawn, again and again, to the same man. He stood near the fire, dressed in a coat of midnight blue velvet embroidered with threads of gold, so fine they seemed to vanish into the air as he moved. His black hair, drawn back and tied neatly with a ribbon, showed no sign of powder. His boots were polished to a mirror sheen, and on his fingers glittered rings that caught the candlelight and flung it back in small flashes. He was elegant, yes, elegant beyond measure, but it was not simply his clothes that arrested attention. It was something else, a quality of stillness, of ageless poise, of an intelligence so sharp it seemed to cut through conversation without effort. They called him the Count of Saint-Germain. No one, not even the most accomplished courtiers, could quite say where he had come from. He spoke perfect French, of course, and equally flawless Italian, Spanish, Portuguese, and German. He could recite Sanskrit, dabbled in Arabic, and quoted ancient Greek and Latin not as a show of learning, but with the casual familiarity of one revisiting an old friend. He played the violin with professional brilliance, painted with a hand so skilled that he was mistaken more than once for a student of the old masters, and spoke with unguarded ease about the courts of bygone emperors as if he had been there himself. And, strangely, sometimes it seemed as if he had. "I dined with your grandfather, you know," he said once to a young Hungarian nobleman who had boasted of his lineage, in Vienna when he wore the crimson sash of the Imperial Guard. He had a fondness for claret, and a limp he tried very hard to hide. The young man, stunned into silence, confirmed the details a day later through his startled family. No record could place the Count in Vienna at that time, nor could anyone explain how he had known such obscure personal information. It was not the first such moment, nor the last. He charmed always, spoke carefully, laughed easily. He never seemed to eat in public, though he joined meals often and lifted his glass politely when toasts were made. He drank sparingly, if at all. When pressed, he claimed to subsist mostly on oatmeal and the occasional delicate infusion of herbs. His skin was smooth, his teeth white, his eyes clear, their colour shifting from grey to green to hazel depending on the light, as though even they refused to settle on a single identity. Some said he was 40, others insisted he was well over 100, and he never corrected them. In truth, he rarely answered questions directly, preferring instead to smile and tell a story so mesmerizing, so precisely detailed, that by the time it was over, his audience had forgotten what they had asked in the first place. When someone once asked if he had truly lived in the court of Francis nearly 2 centuries earlier, he had merely tilted his head and replied, he had an unfortunate fondness for Turkish carpets. They clashed horribly with the rest of the decor. He said it with a glint in his eye that was neither mocking nor evasive, but rather something in between, something more like an invitation to wonder. There were rumours, of course, there are always rumours, that he was the bastard son of a Transylvanian prince, that he was a Venetian spy, a Habsburg double agent, a practitioner of forbidden arts, that he had discovered the secret of immortality, that he had sold his soul to something older and more terrible than God, that he had once been seen, unchanged in appearance, at the court of Charles V, and later in the salons of Elizabethan London, and then again, inexplicably, at the signing of the Treaty of Westphalia. No matter where he appeared, no one could remember seeing him age. And yet, here he was, alive, composed, and dazzling the most refined minds of the Enlightenment with his wit and charm, as if nothing could touch him. The Count, for his part, never denied the rumours, but he never confirmed them either. When asked how old he was, he smiled. "I am old enough to know," he said once, "and young enough to still be curious." There were those who dismissed him as a fraud, a social alchemist who spun mystery from suggestion, a man clever enough to leave his past in darkness so that the present might shine more brightly. And perhaps they were right. He never offered proof of the tales he told, never presented documents or letters or tangible artifacts. And yet, there was something in the precision of his recollections, the unmistakable familiarity with long-dead customs and half-forgotten languages that made even the skeptics pause. What unsettled people most, however, was not the Count's knowledge or his skill, but the possibility that he truly believed everything he said. His tales were too consistent, too confidently told, too richly detailed to be simple inventions. He did not speak as a liar, nor as a charlatan, but as someone who had lived through more than one lifetime and bore the weight of those memories in silence. Some claimed he had been seen performing strange experiments in his rooms. He travelled with a collection of rare stones, flasks of mercury, powders of unknown origin. He spoke often of transformation, of the alchemical process by which base matter might be purified, perfected. He hinted that he sought not simply gold, but something higher, something eternal. He believed it was said that through the refinement of the soul, one could become free of the ordinary limits of flesh and time. Voltaire, never one to ignore a good enigma, once described the Count as a man who knows everything and never dies. Others were more guarded. Frederick the Great kept a wary fascination with him. Casanova, who met him briefly, called him a man of the most extraordinary mind I ever met. Madame de Pompadour confided in letters that he spoke to her of events from her childhood that she had never shared with anyone. He was consulted on matters of diplomacy, chemistry, even metaphysics. And yet no one ever found his origin. No birth records, no mention of his parents, no trace of his youth. Wherever he went, he arrived fully formed, impeccably dressed, unnervingly calm, fluent in the local tongue, and with a name that carried weight despite having no foundation. By the 1750s, he had become a fixture in French high society, always on the move, always present at the edges of power. He disappeared for years at a time, only to resurface unchanged with a fresh set of stories and a new collection of strange, beautiful objects gathered from distant parts of the world. Once he returned from India, claiming to have studied under mystics in the Himalayas. Another time he claimed to have crossed the deserts of Persia disguised as a merchant, searching for ancient texts. His confidants and patrons aged around him, their faces growing creased, their hands trembling with age. But the Count remained as he had always been, ageless, poised, untouched by time. Some believed he had uncovered the secret of the Philosopher's Stone. Others whispered that he had found the elixir of life, and that he carried it with him in one of the glass vials hidden inside his coat. In private, he spoke often of humanity's errors, its obsessions with material wealth, its blind clinging to dogma. He believed in something beyond this world, something that required discipline, clarity, and a shedding of earthly illusions. Whether he was a mystic or a charlatan, a savior or a liar, no one could say, but all agreed on one thing: the Count of Saint-Germain was unlike anyone they had ever met. And then, as suddenly as he had appeared, he vanished. No carriage, no farewell, no explanation. He simply stopped being seen. His absence was noted, remarked upon, even mourned in quiet circles of philosophers and nobles who had once debated with him into the candlelit hours. Years passed, then decades, and yet, even as memories of his time in the salons of Europe faded into legend, reports began to surface, quiet at first, then more persistent, a traveller in Venice who claimed to have seen him unchanged, a painter in Amsterdam who described a man in a velvet coat with eyes too sharp to forget, a nobleman in Prussia who swore the Count had dined with him in 1790, still laughing, still radiant, still refusing to age. They said he had died in 1784, but no one could find the grave, and long after he should have been dust, the Count of Saint-Germain continued to appear. He was said to have died in 1784, quietly and without spectacle, within the estate of Prince Charles of Hesse-Kassel, a learned and well-connected German noble who, in the final years of the Count's known life, had granted him residence. A death certificate was signed, witnesses were named. The local parish recorded the passing, and the funeral, such as it was held with appropriate dignity. Yet even as the official quill traced the final stroke across the page, there was a sense, even then, that something was wrong with the story, something too neat, too final. The Count had spent a lifetime defying the limits of understanding. Was it possible that he had quietly surrendered to the one limit no man escapes? It was not long before the first rumours broke the surface. Just 5 years after the Count's supposed death, a diplomat from Hamburg described seeing a man who looked and sounded exactly like the enigmatic figure he had known in Paris decades earlier. The man had not aged a day. He moved through the crowd as if no time had passed at all, dressed in the same impeccable style, his bearing regal, his eyes sharp. The diplomat, stunned, attempted to approach, but the figure disappeared into the streets before a word could be exchanged. Such reports might have been dismissed as the wistful hallucinations of aging minds, desperate to cling to a golden age of salons and wit, of lace and secrets. But the stories did not fade. If anything, they gathered force. In 1793, a woman of some distinction in Milan swore that a man she met at a dinner party knew things about her childhood, specific intimate things that only one other person had known. That person had been the Count, long presumed dead. She described the same voice, the same elegant poise, the same unreadable expression that lingered just long enough to unsettle. The stranger left before the meal had ended, and no one could later recall his name. Then, in 1803, the philosopher Franz Graffer recorded a strange visit from a man who entered his Vienna study late one evening, uninvited but not unwelcome. The man introduced himself only as an old acquaintance of the world and proceeded to speak at length about the coming dangers of the new century, of revolutions not yet born, of ideologies not yet understood, of science pressing against the edges of the divine. He left before dawn, leaving behind no card, no name, only a sealed letter containing a list of predictions that, decades later, would prove uncannily accurate. Again and again across the European continent, through salons and courts, in journals and whispered confidences, the same pattern unfolded, the sudden appearance of a familiar stranger, always elegant, always ageless, always gone before his presence could be confirmed. He never lingered, never accepted hospitality beyond a conversation or a glass of wine, and never reappeared in the same place twice. And so the myth grew. Some were drawn to him as a prophet, others as a con man, a trickster, or even a demon. But whatever their interpretation, all agreed that the Count of Saint-Germain had become more than a man. He was now a symbol of the unknowable, the eternal, the place where logic falters and mystery endures. And as the 19th century took shape, an age of steam and empire, of science and skepticism, the Count persisted, quietly, stubbornly in the margins. It was during this century that esoteric and spiritual movements began to seize on his legend with new fervour. The Theosophical Society, founded in the 1870s by Helena Petrovna Blavatsky and Henry Steele Olcott, placed him among the ranks of the Ascended Masters, beings of advanced spiritual development who, through lifetimes of study and transformation, had transcended the need for flesh and now existed as guides for humanity's evolution. Blavatsky herself claimed to have communicated with him, not in dreams nor hallucinations, but in deliberate, clear transmissions through which he offered spiritual insight and warnings about mankind's course. To her, Saint Germain was not only alive, but a master of both Eastern and Western wisdom, a keeper of ancient truths that had passed into myth. He became, in this telling, a kind of modern Merlin, neither living nor dead, but active on another plane, walking among the living in times of crisis, guiding world events from behind the curtain. It was said he had played a part in the American Revolution, that he had advised George Washington in secret, that he had spoken with Napoleon in disguise, that he had whispered to composers, scientists, and leaders at pivotal moments in history, helping push humanity toward its next threshold. For those inclined to the mystical, Saint Germain was the unseen architect of awakening, but he was not only adopted by theosophists. The Rosicrucians, long associated with hidden wisdom and symbolic death and rebirth, also laid claim to his presence, insisting he was one of their own, an initiate of the highest degree whose true nature was known only to the inner circle. Masonic lodges too, particularly in France and Italy, spoke of the Count in hushed tones, suggesting he had not only attained spiritual enlightenment, but had discovered the physical secret of immortality itself. The connection to alchemy, of course, had always lingered. From the earliest accounts of his life, there were whispers that the Count had discovered, or inherited, the Philosopher's Stone, that elusive substance which promised the transmutation of base metals into gold and, more tantalizingly, the extension of life beyond mortal limits. Some even claimed he had been the original alchemist Nicholas Flamel, or that he had studied under the legendary Hermes Trismegistus, that he could manipulate time, matter, and spirit with equal mastery. In rare manuscripts passed in private among esoteric circles, diagrams appear, alchemical wheels, astral glyphs, strange formulas said to have come from the Count's own hand. One such work, La Très Sainte Trinosophie, a cryptic 18th century treatise attributed by some to Saint Germain, contains strange illustrations and a labyrinthine text believed to encode layers of spiritual initiation. Whether he truly wrote it is debated. That it bears his influence is less easily denied. Even more haunting than the lore, however, were the sightings that continued into modernity. In 1867, a Parisian occultist named Jacques de Bellem claimed to have met a man in a hidden apothecary shop near Montmartre who spoke perfect 18th century French and possessed a ring bearing the crest of an extinct noble family. When asked where he had acquired it, the man only smiled and said, "I never acquire, I remember." He left before Bellem could learn his name, but the clerk later swore that no such man had entered that day. In the early 1900s, Annie Besant, successor to Blavatsky in the Theosophical movement, published work suggesting that Saint Germain had helped usher in the spiritual consciousness of the new century. Others took this further. Guy Ballard, the American founder of the I Am activity in the 1930s, claimed to have met the Count while hiking Mount Shasta in California. According to Ballard, the Count appeared in a violet light and revealed himself as a spiritual guide, offering teachings on divine freedom and the mastery of energy. The I Am activity would later be criticized and marginalized, labeled a cult by many, but the movement cemented Saint Germain's place in American spiritual folklore. He was given titles: Chohan of the Seventh Ray, Master of the Violet Flame, and became a fixture in the modern lexicon of New Age spirituality. People claimed visions, channeled messages, encounters in dreams. Each new retelling added a layer to the tapestry. Each new believer carried the story forward, and still, in quiet corners, the stranger appears. In 1972, a librarian in Prague claimed a man had entered the rare books room and requested a volume printed in 1734. He produced credentials, signed a ledger, and then vanished before the book was retrieved. The signature matched that of a letter from the 18th century, signed by the Count of Saint-Germain. In 1995, a retired diplomat in Buenos Aires described a conversation at a private dinner with a man who recounted in vivid detail the layout of the pre-revolutionary Louvre, naming galleries that had not existed in decades. The man, when asked for his name, offered a smile and said, "Names are temporary. You may call me what you like." The stories pile up, scattered and impossible to verify, and yet they share a strange internal consistency. The man is always ageless, always impeccably dressed, always elusive, and always gone before the weight of the moment can settle. Skeptics have their explanations. They say the Count was an invention, a fabrication crafted by an unusually intelligent man who understood how to manipulate perception and exploit gaps in record keeping. That he was simply a gifted linguist and charmer with a flair for illusion. That his long life was a trick of good health. That his reappearances were imposters or coincidences, or the result of wishful projection. They say a man cannot live for centuries. They say history leaves no room for ghosts in flesh. But the story of Saint-Germain has never belonged to the skeptics. It belongs to those who see the glimmer of a question in the eye of a stranger. To those who believe that some mysteries are not meant to be solved but lived with. It belongs to those who understand that what a culture remembers and repeats and recreates carries a power that transcends proof. Because in the end, the Count of Saint-Germain is not only a man, he is a mirror held up to time itself, a reminder that history, for all its rigor, is still vulnerable to enchantment. And so, the story continues. If you travel through the heart of Paris on a quiet winter evening, down narrow alleys where the gas lamps flicker and the stones whisper with age, you may feel the sense that you are not entirely alone. In the hush of a forgotten library, in the corner of an obscure museum, in the quiet murmur of an ancient chapel where the candles burn low, listen closely. The world has not forgotten the Count, nor has he forgotten the world, and should you ever meet a man whose words hold centuries in them, whose gaze carries the sorrow and knowledge of a dozen eras, whose voice rings like something remembered from a dream, don't look away too quickly. Ask him a question. Ask him if he believes in time. If he smiles and says nothing, you may already have your answer. The air was sharp with salt and expectation as the twin ships HMS Erebus and HMS Terror pulled away from the docks at Greenhithe on May 19, 1845. The morning light glinted off the Thames, a sky of pewter stretching out above the rigging, the cheers of onlookers mingling with the rhythmic creak of timber and the crisp crack of canvas in the wind. Two ships, iron-reinforced and steam-powered, the pride of British naval engineering, slipped into the open sea bound for the edge of the known world. Aboard were 129 men, sailors, marines and officers, all under the command of Sir John Franklin, a seasoned Arctic veteran, and beneath them the weight of imperial ambition. They were to find the fabled Northwest Passage, a water route through the Arctic that would open a direct path from the Atlantic to the Pacific. It had eluded explorers for centuries, a tantalizing ghost in the fog of polar uncertainty. But the British Empire, at the height of its confidence, believed the time had come to claim it. The Erebus and Terror were equipped with reinforced hulls for icebreaking, steam engines retrofitted for Arctic navigation, and 3 years' worth of provisions. They carried not just food and coal, but libraries, musical instruments, fine china, and even a small printing press. This was not merely an expedition, it was a floating fragment of Victorian society prepared to conquer the ice with civility and science. As the ship sailed westward, first to Stromness in the Orkneys, then to Greenland for final supplies, morale remained high. Officers dined in relative luxury, toasting the mission with wine and reciting poetry. The lower decks buzzed with work and anticipation. The men wrote letters home, unaware that for most they would be their last. From Greenland, the Erebus and Terror were seen one final time by a whaling vessel in late July, making their way into Baffin Bay, sailing confidently toward Lancaster Sound and into silence. What happened next would become one of the greatest maritime mysteries of all time. The first winter passed with little concern. Franklin, well versed in Arctic survival, had likely anchored the ships in safe harbour as the pack ice closed in. The men were used to hardship. They would have built snow walls around the ships to protect from wind, hunted seal or caribou when able, and rationed supplies carefully. The polar night, months of unbroken darkness, would have tested morale, but they were prepared, or so it seemed. But then the thaw never came. The ships did not emerge the following summer, nor the summer after that. The ice held them fast. Deep in the polar night, the sun gone for weeks at a time, the isolation became absolute. Outside the ship's thick iron walls, a landscape of frozen silence stretched in all directions. There were no stars on the clouded nights, only the groan of shifting ice and the mournful cries of distant gulls. Men who had once marched proudly on the decks began to wither. Scurvy crept in, silent and cruel, blackening gums and loosening teeth. The canned food, a marvel of industrial innovation, may have poisoned them with lead leaching from poor soldering. Symptoms of madness followed: hallucinations, violence, despair. Still they waited. In April of 1848, 3 years after the expedition began, a note was scrawled in the margins of a ship's record and left beneath a cairn on King William Island. It stated that the Erebus and Terror had been trapped in ice since September 1846. Sir John Franklin was dead. The remaining crew, 105 men, had decided to abandon the ships and set out on foot toward the Back River, hundreds of miles to the south. The last official message from the expedition was a farewell written in desperation. And then, nothing. No rescue ships saw them. No survivors limped from the ice. The Erebus and Terror, and all who sailed on them, were gone, swallowed by the Arctic. But the story was not finished, not even close. It would echo across decades, carried on the breath of snow and rumour. Search parties would follow, dozens of them, combing the ice for signs. Inuit hunters would tell stories of starving white men dragging sledges over the ice, of shipwrecks and strange campsites, of bones cracked open for marrow. And deep beneath the ice somewhere still, the Erebus and Terror rested, their hulls creaking in the cold, holding the final secrets of what happened during those last terrible days. The silence that followed the disappearance of the HMS Erebus and HMS Terror was not immediate, but slow and unsure, like the delayed realization that something has gone terribly wrong. In England, the expedition's absence went unnoticed at first. 3 years of supplies had been packed with great care after all, and there were tales of other Arctic ventures taking equally long to return. But as the months passed and no letters arrived, no sightings were reported, and no ships reappeared on the horizon, the concern grew. By 1848, unease had solidified into dread. The Admiralty, under pressure from both Parliament and a restless public, dispatched the first of many search missions. Over the next decade, dozens of ships would sail into the Arctic looking for Franklin and his men. Some were government-sponsored, others privately funded by Lady Jane Franklin, Sir John Franklin's resolute and indefatigable wife. Driven by love, obsession, and a tireless belief that her husband still lived, she sent ship after ship into the ice, often defying the logic and advice of naval authorities. The frozen north became a canvas of search grids, crisscrossed by expeditions, each hoping to find signs of life, or at the very least, signs of death. Clues began to emerge, scattered and incomplete. In 1850, on Beechey Island, the graves of 3 sailors were discovered, their markers carved with the dates of 1846. A camp had been built there, stone structures and tin food containers arranged in orderly fashion. The scene told a story of order, routine, and hope until it abruptly ended. There were no signs of a hasty departure, no clear reason why the men had died so early in the voyage. Autopsies later suggested tuberculosis and pneumonia, worsened by lead poisoning. Then, in 1854, a breakthrough. Dr. John Ray, a Scottish explorer and surveyor employed by the Hudson's Bay Company, returned from a long overland journey with something more than a map. He carried Inuit accounts. Ray had met with Inuit hunters who told of a group of white men travelling on foot near the mouth of the Back River. The men, they said, were starving. Some had died. Others, desperate beyond reason, had resorted to cannibalism. The Inuit pointed to specific places, described articles they had traded for, and led Ray to human remains, scattered bones, skeletons, and shreds of uniforms. Ray reported his findings with a clinical honesty that shocked the nation. The British public recoiled at the idea that officers of the Royal Navy had eaten one another in their final hours. Charles Dickens, among others, publicly challenged Ray's account, dismissing the Inuit testimony as unreliable. The image of Franklin's men as brave, disciplined, and heroic was too deeply embedded in the Victorian psyche to accept the grim truth. Yet as time passed, more Inuit stories emerged, all consistent with Ray's report. In the 1860s, American explorer Charles Francis Hall collected further oral histories from Inuit elders. They spoke of 2 ships trapped in the ice, of groups of men pulling sledges, of camps made on the move. One story described a large ship that sank slowly, the ice groaning as it swallowed her. Another recounted the discovery of a body preserved in the snow, the face twisted in agony. These stories, filtered through language and years, still held remarkable coherence. Throughout the 19th century, new expeditions uncovered artifacts, silver spoons engraved with officer initials, buttons, books, and even papers sealed in tin. Human remains turned up again and again, found in small groups, often alongside improvised graves or beside abandoned sledges weighed down with bizarre cargo. Fine china, hairbrushes, heavy medical kits. The logic of survival seemed to have given way to something else, some attempt to carry identity or rank even into death. In 1981, researchers led by Owen Beatty from the University of Alberta exhumed the bodies of the 3 sailors buried on Beechey Island. Their preservation was remarkable, the permafrost having sealed them in a kind of icy stasis. Tissue samples showed elevated lead levels, far beyond what would be considered safe. The source was likely the solder used to seal the hundreds of tinned food items brought on the voyage. Symptoms of lead poisoning included confusion, abdominal pain, fatigue, and impaired judgment, a devastating condition in the unforgiving North. This discovery aligned with Ray's account and the increasingly erratic decisions suggested by abandoned camps and heavy sledges. The crew, it seemed, had slowly been poisoned by their own supplies. Beatty and his team also found evidence of scurvy and other nutritional deficiencies, compounding the crew's physical and mental decline. The bones recovered from King William Island showed cut marks, consistent with defleshing. The forensic conclusion was inescapable. Cannibalism had occurred. The men of the Erebus and Terror had starved and in their final days had turned to the dead to survive. Yet despite these grim revelations, the fate of the ships themselves remained unknown. No one could say for certain where the Erebus and Terror had ended their journey. They had vanished, as if the ice had erased them completely. Then, in 2014, after more than 160 years, the Canadian government announced a discovery. Parks Canada, working in conjunction with Inuit organizations and using modern sonar technology, had located the wreck of HMS Erebus. It lay in Queen Maud Gulf, in shallow water, remarkably intact. The ship sat upright on the sea floor, her deck visible, her timbers preserved in the cold Arctic waters. Artifacts were recovered, including a bell, plates, tools, and weapons. The discovery validated much of the Inuit testimony, which had pointed to the correct area for decades. 2 years later, in 2016, the wreck of HMS Terror was found in Terror Bay, off King William Island. Even more astonishingly, she appeared to be in even better condition than Erebus. Her hull was unbroken, her mast down but preserved, her windows intact. It was as if the ship had sunk gently, swallowed whole and left untouched. The find opened new possibilities for exploration and study. Underwater vehicles captured images of crew quarters, mess halls, and officers' cabins. Drawers remained closed, plates were stacked. The past was not just remembered, it was physically preserved, waiting to be read. The discovery of the ships reignited interest in the Franklin expedition, not only as a historical puzzle but as a human story of courage, failure, and endurance. Researchers continue to study the wrecks, hoping to answer lingering questions. Why did the men abandon ships that were still seaworthy? What were their final days like? Did any survive longer than the 1848 notes suggested? What logs or journals might still be hidden below deck? Equally important has been the role of the Inuit in this rediscovery. Their oral histories, once dismissed or ignored, proved vital in locating the wrecks. Today, collaborative efforts between archaeologists and Inuit communities seek to integrate traditional knowledge with modern science. It is a belated but meaningful recognition of the accuracy and value of Indigenous memory. The Franklin expedition has come to symbolize both the hubris and the heroism of exploration. It is a story told in layers, of imperial ambition facing the indifferent cruelty of nature, of men trapped not just by ice but by the assumptions of their time. of voices long silenced finally being heard. The Erebus and Terror rest now beneath Arctic waters, but their legacy rises anew each time a diver retrieves a spoon or a sonar scan maps a forgotten deck. There are still secrets down there, rooms yet to be opened, papers sealed in tin, perhaps even a captain's log resting in silt still legible. The Arctic gives its answers slowly and never all at once, but in time the ice remembers. The climb was harder than expected. The sun pressed down from directly overhead, heavy and merciless, the heat collecting behind the knees, in the collar, in the folds of the strange bundles they carried beneath their arms. The earth was red and cracked beneath their feet, broken in places by the tangled roots of low, stubborn trees. Somewhere above, the narrow trail wound higher, disappearing into dense underbrush in the afternoon haze, leading eventually to the ridge, high above the town of Niteroi, overlooking Guanabara Bay, where the air was thinner and the sky always seemed a little too bright. Manuel Pereira de Cruz kept his eyes fixed on the trail ahead, sweat streaking the back of his neck beneath his stiff shirt collar. His companion, Miguel Jose Viana, was just a few paces ahead, stepping carefully, purposefully, though the path was barely marked. They had spoken little since they left the bus. There hadn't been much to say. They knew what they were doing. At least they believed they did. To the villagers watching from below, the sight of the two men walking side by side, neatly dressed in matching grey suits, carrying plastic raincoats folded under their arms and bags clutched tightly, was odd, but not so odd as to provoke alarm. They looked like repairmen maybe, or salesmen who'd taken a wrong turn. Only later would those who'd glimpsed them that day remember how strangely formal they had looked, how quiet they had been, how determined. The trail they followed was steep, the kind that narrowed as it climbed, bordered on both sides by thorny bushes and tangled vines that reached out like fingers. It was the kind of place teenagers snuck into at night, daring each other to reach the summit, swearing they'd seen strange lights flickering in the trees. The hill was called Morro do Vintém Hill, and though not far from the bustle of Rio de Janeiro, it felt removed, tucked away, forgotten. Miguel stopped suddenly, turning back to Manuel. He said nothing, only pointed to a spot just off the path, a gentle rise where the grass looked dry and flattened, as if waiting for them. Without a word, they veered off the trail and climbed toward it. The wind had picked up slightly, carrying with it the scent of dust and something else, something acrid and metallic. Neither man commented. They laid down their belongings methodically, spreading the plastic coats across the ground. From the bags they withdrew 2 small towels, a bottle of water, a notebook, and 2 lead masks, shaped to cover the eyes and upper face, like something worn in a laboratory or a children's play. Each one was heavy, carefully crafted, its dull surface flecked with specks of oxidation. They looked handmade, clumsy in places, yet precise in others. The sun was lowering now, casting the trees into long, restless shadows. The light turned golden, then orange, then bled slowly into a deep violet. As night began to settle over the hillside, birds retreated into the canopy, and the wind grew quiet. Miguel reached into his pocket and removed a slip of paper. He unfolded it slowly and held it in the failing light. The handwriting was his own, scrawled in block letters. 16:30, be at the agreed place. 18:30, ingest capsules. After effect, protect metals, await signal mask. He read it again, then again. There was no doubt, no confusion. They had prepared for this. They had rehearsed every step. The capsules concealed in a paper packet were still in his coat pocket. The lead masks would shield them from something. The signal would come soon. He handed the note to Manuel, who read it slowly, nodding once. The two men lay back on the coat side by side, adjusting their positions until they were perfectly still. The wind tugged gently at the grass around them. The lead masks rested near their hands. Below in the town, lights began to flicker on one by one. Families gathered around their evening meals. The faint sounds of radios drifted through open windows. On Vintem Hill, the sky had turned completely black, cloudless and cold. Days passed before anyone thought to search for them. A boy chasing a kite across the hillside on August 20th, 1966, stumbled onto the bodies. At first, he didn't understand what he was seeing. The forms were too still, the shapes too strange. He ran back to the village, screaming, dragging a group of men with him. When they arrived, they found the two bodies lying precisely as they had fallen, side by side, dressed in identical suits, wearing lead masks over their eyes. No signs of trauma, no blood, no weapons, just two dead men staring up at the sky with faces forever hidden. Their possessions lay undisturbed. Money in their wallets, receipts, a bottle of water, 2 wet towels, a small notebook, and the cryptic note. There was no indication of struggle, no footprints but their own, no insects on the bodies, though they had lain there for days. The scene was clean, too clean. The police were called, photos were taken, the corpses were transported to the morgue, but the questions remained. Why had 2 healthy men climbed a remote hill to lie down in the open and die? And most of all, what were the masks for? The boy had only been chasing his kite. It danced above the bristling undergrowth of Vintem Hill, bobbing and weaving on the strong inland wind that blew through the trees that late August afternoon. He had scrambled up through the thorns and dry brush, drawn further than he'd ever gone before, climbing toward the scrubby summit where nothing usually waited but hawks and empty sky. And then, just ahead of him, among the bent grasses and pale stones, he saw something lying still. 2 shapes, motionless, dressed in identical suits, their faces hidden behind strange metallic masks that reflected the waning sunlight in dull, lifeless glints. He turned and ran, lungs burning, the kite forgotten. When the search party arrived, locals first, then police called from the town, the scene that met them was something that would remain etched in their memories for the rest of their lives. The bodies of 2 men, neatly dressed in well-pressed suits, lay side by side on a flattened patch of grass, as if they had simply decided to rest there, though something about their stillness, their unnatural quiet, whispered that whatever sleep they'd found was not peaceful. Their limbs were not twisted, there were no signs of violence, no blood, no defensive wounds. They simply lay as if posed, reclined slightly on the folded edges of plastic raincoats they had brought with them, faces tilted to the sky, covered by thick, hand-cut lead masks, shaped like the kind worn to shield the eyes from radiation, though here, on a remote Brazilian hillside, there was no radiation, no machinery, no X-ray to avoid, just sunlight, sky, and questions. They had brought no tents, no blankets, no food. Their belongings, what few there were, sat undisturbed nearby. A bottle of water, partially consumed, 2 neatly folded wet towels, a packet of pills in a crumpled paper sleeve. A small spiral notebook rested near one of the bodies. Inside it, a note scrawled in all capital letters read, 1630B at the determined place. 1830 ingest capsules. After effect protect metals await signal mask. Police marked the scene, took photographs and gathered the evidence. The two men were soon identified as Miguel José Viana and Manuel Pereira da Cruz, both in their 30s, both residents of Campos dos Goitacazes, a small city nearly 200 miles away. They were known locally as quiet, intelligent, and mechanically inclined. Both had worked as electronic technicians, fixing radios and televisions, experimenting with small circuits and frequencies. Neither had criminal records. They were considered reliable and respectable by their neighbours. Their deaths, by all accounts, made no immediate sense. As investigators began piecing together the men's final days, the path they followed became even stranger. Miguel and Manuel had left Campos on the morning of August the 17th, telling their families that they were going to Sao Paulo to buy electronic components for work. They boarded a bus bound for Niterói, just across the bay from Rio de Janeiro, and arrived that same evening. The receipt of a waterproof coat purchased from a local store placed them in the city shortly after 9 p.m. They were seen eating in a nearby bar, where one witness claimed they appeared anxious, checking their watches repeatedly and speaking in hushed, hurried tones. That was the last confirmed sighting before their bodies were found on the hill 3 days later. From the very beginning, the case resisted simple explanation. The note found in the notebook, written in a tone of instruction or ritual, provided more confusion than clarity. It suggested a schedule, a sequence of events carried out with deliberate timing. It implied the ingestion of capsules, though none were recovered from the scene and no empty pill packets were found nearby. The phrase "protect metals" seemed to reference the strange lead masks, but a weight signal remained opaque. What signal? From whom? Or from what? When autopsies were finally performed on the bodies, the mystery deepened further. The pathologist assigned to the case was unable to determine a definitive cause of death for either man. The bodies were too decomposed for full toxicological analysis, a delay caused by the backlog of cases and the remote location in which they were found. Though no external trauma was present, no clear signs of poisoning could be identified. The organs had degraded past the point of reliable testing. Whatever had killed them, it had left no obvious trace. And so, the theories began to grow. The first and most straightforward explanation, perhaps too straightforward, was that the men had died of accidental poisoning, the result of ingesting unknown capsules that they believed would bring about some altered state. The idea was that they may have expected a temporary effect, possibly connected to an experiment or spiritual ritual, and were caught off guard when it became permanent. But this theory left much unaccounted for. Where were the capsules? Why had they worn lead masks, as if expecting a blinding flash or harmful radiation? Why had they travelled so far to a specific remote hilltop to carry out this act? Some believed they were attempting to contact beings from beyond the Earth. In the 1960s, Brazil, like much of the world, was swept up in the swell of UFO fascination. Reports of unidentified flying objects, mysterious lights, and alien encounters were common in rural areas, and Vintem Hill was already rumoured among locals to be a site of strange occurrences. The precise instructions in the note, the reference to awaiting a signal, and the lead masks all fed into a narrative that suggested the two men had been preparing for contact. Perhaps they had believed they were going to be taken, lifted from their earthly forms and given new ones. Perhaps they had been promised something, or perhaps they were simply waiting for a moment that never came. There were other stories too, whispers of a spiritualist movement operating quietly in the region at the time, a fringe group combining elements of Catholic mysticism, Eastern ritual, and emergent beliefs about energy, electricity, and the afterlife. Some of these groups reportedly conducted seances with electronic devices, attempting to tune into frequencies they believed could connect them with the spirit world. Miguel and Manuel, as amateur technicians, would have been drawn to such ideas. Their interest in the unseen, in invisible forces, had long been evident in their tinkering, their sketches of circuits, their late-night conversations with friends about energies and transmissions. A more sinister theory soon emerged, that the two men had been part of a larger group, one that had instructed them to perform the ritual, ingest the capsules, and await a result, perhaps as a test, perhaps as sacrifice. The vagueness of the instructions in the notebook seemed to imply the men were following an external plan, possibly dictated by someone else. Some speculated that the note had been copied verbatim from another source. If so, where was the original, and who had written it? Though no evidence of foul play was ever uncovered at the scene, the possibility that they had been misled, tricked into taking a fatal dose of some unknown substance, remained plausible. Their families in particular clung to this idea. They refused to believe that the two men had intended to die. They insisted that they had been manipulated, coerced, or possibly murdered by those who had promised them something else entirely. But no other suspects were ever identified. No other deaths were linked to the case. The trail, as it often does in stories like this, grew cold. Over time, the incident took on a kind of mythic quality in Brazil. The imagery alone was unforgettable. Two men in formal suits lying dead on a hilltop, eyes shielded by handmade lead masks, surrounded by everyday objects, raincoats, towels, a half-empty bottle of water, as if they had merely stopped for a rest. The surreal quality of the scene, its juxtaposition of the ordinary and the bizarre, has kept it alive in the public imagination for decades. Skeptics have offered grounded alternatives. Perhaps the men were simply experimenting with hallucinogens, LSD, mescaline, or some homemade psychoactive compound. The masks in this version were intended to protect their eyes from a perceived or imagined danger while under the influence. But again, no drugs were found at the scene. No source of the capsules was ever identified. And why the specific location? Why Vintem Hill? Others, embracing the darker tones of conspiracy, have suggested government involvement. The Cold War was already simmering in South America, and clandestine experiments involving chemicals and psychological manipulation were not unheard of. Could the men have been part of an unofficial trial? Could their deaths have been the result of exposure to something never meant for public knowledge? The case, after all, was closed with remarkable speed. The toxicology was delayed. The police files, though initially public, were later trimmed. It isn't much to go on, but in the absence of answers, even the faintest shadow casts doubt. Then there is the simplest explanation, an act of desperate belief, that these two men, neither mad nor malevolent, had become convinced of something extraordinary, something invisible to the rest of the world, that their journey to the hill, their preparations, the masks, the note, were all part of an attempt to reach beyond what could be seen or touched, and in doing so, they crossed a boundary that could not be uncrossed. The lead masks themselves, stored for years in a dusty corner of a police evidence room, were eventually lost. Photographs remain, grainy, black and white, haunting. The images of the bodies, too, are still circulated in certain circles, used as proof of whatever theory best suits the teller. But the truth, if it exists at all, remains locked within the minds of two men who climbed a hill one warm August evening and never came down. And so the mystery endures. Not because it resists explanation, but because it seems to demand something more, a recognition that not all answers lie within reach, that some questions once asked echo not just through newspapers and police reports, but through something deeper, through our need to know, through our fear of what we cannot. The lead masks remain, if only as a symbol, of belief taken too far, or of a world stranger than we think, of the thin veil between the ordinary and the inexplicable, of the moment when two men turned their backs on everything they knew and walked into the unknown, hoping for something just beyond the edge of understanding. And what they found there, no one can say. Under the glittering chandeliers of Versailles, where golden candlelight flickered against polished mirrors and the perfume of 100 powdered courtiers filled the air, the whispers of scandal moved like a hidden current beneath the surface. The great palace was a stage for beauty, power, and excess, where nobility glided through its marbled halls in silks and jewels, where masked intrigues played out in shadowed alcoves, and where every glance carried a secret. But beyond the grand salons and the dazzling gardens, in the city's dim and twisting alleys, another world existed, one that pulsed with danger, desperation, and the lure of forbidden knowledge. It was a world where noble women, their hearts torn by jealousy or despair, their futures uncertain in a court ruled by the king's fleeting favour, sought answers not in prayer, but in potions. The woman moved quickly through the quiet streets of Paris, her cloak drawn tightly around her. She had left her carriage behind, not daring to be seen in this part of the city, not daring to risk recognition. She had paid handsomely for the meeting, whispered her name to the right ears, waited for the right moment. Now, at last, she was here, standing before a nondescript wooden door in the Rue de la Tannerie, where the stench of the Seine mingled with the charred scent of burning herbs from somewhere inside. A single knock, measured, deliberate, and the door creaked open. The room beyond was small, thick with smoke from a dozen candles. Dried flowers and twisted roots hung from the rafters, their brittle forms casting skeletal shadows against the walls. Jars of dark powders and unmarked vials lined the wooden shelves, their contents unknown. A woman sat behind a low table, her fingers adorned with rings that glinted in the dim light, her eyes sharp, assessing. She was known only as La Voisine, a fortune teller to some, a poisoner to others, a woman who dealt in secrets and the unspoken desires of the nobility. "You seek a solution," La Voisine murmured, pouring a dark liquid into a cup, the scent of bitter herbs rising from the steam. "You are not the first." The noble woman hesitated, her heart pounding beneath the stays of her corset. How many had come before her? How many women, their futures hanging by a thread, had sat in this very spot, torn between the morality they had been raised to uphold and the reality of their fragile positions? The court of Louis XIV was a battlefield, and those who failed to secure their place were swept aside. She had done everything right, played the games of etiquette, maneuvered through alliances, and yet she was losing him. Another woman, younger, more cunning, had caught his eye. What was she to do? She'd heard of others who had sought help from these secret practitioners. Some had purchased love potions, meant to rekindle a waning passion, to bind a man's heart with something stronger than duty. Others had sought more final remedies. The thought made her hands tremble as she lifted the cup. "Make your choice," La Voisine said, her voice quiet, patient. "A spell to bring him back, or a powder to remove the obstacle in your way." It was never spoken plainly, never stated outright, but she understood. love or death, devotion or poison. A second chance or an empty space where her rival once stood. She had not imagined herself capable of this. But now, sitting here, she felt something shift within her, something that had always been there, hidden beneath the silks and jewels, beneath the careful smiles and polite conversations. This was survival. She placed a pouch of gold on the table. The choice was made. What she did not know, what none of them knew, was that the whispers were growing louder, that beneath the gilded ceilings of Versailles, rumours had begun to spread, whispers of noble women dabbling in the dark arts, of husbands falling ill, of rivals disappearing under suspicious circumstances. What had once been the hidden dealings of the desperate was about to explode into one of the greatest scandals of Louis XIV's reign. And when it did, no one would be safe. In the years that followed, the discreet exchanges whispered behind velvet drapes and carried out in the choking dark of Parisian backrooms began to take on a life of their own. What had once been the private indulgences of the desperate and the ambitious, furtive trips to consult fortune-tellers, hushed purchases of powders and vials, had grown into something far larger than any single noblewoman could have imagined. By the late 1670s, it was no longer a secret world tucked into the cracks of court life. It was a vast, teeming underground, pulsing beneath the glittering surface of the Sun King's France, and it was starting to rot through the floorboards. Louis XIV had built his reign on spectacle and control. Versailles was more than a palace. It was a theatre, a machine, a living portrait of royal magnificence. Every element of the court had been engineered to revolve around him, the absolute monarch, the centre of all gravity. The nobility, stripped of their ancestral powers, were now courtiers, their survival tied to how well they could navigate the king's moods, his preferences, and the shifting alliances that determined who held favour on any given day. It was a place of intense scrutiny, of smiles concealing daggers, of rivalries fought with fans and glances, and increasingly with poison. The first signs that something was unravelling emerged in 1675, when the authorities arrested a woman named Marie Bosset, a well-known fortune-teller and alleged poisoner. She had long operated quietly among the market women and discontented wives of Paris, offering charms and curses for a price. But under interrogation, Bosset named others, dozens of them. What she revealed was more than the work of a single woman peddling aphrodisiacs and hexes. It was a network, a community of midwives, alchemists, astrologers, abortionists, and apothecaries. The arrests accelerated. Fortune-tellers were dragged from their homes, their tools and concoctions seized. Some went quietly, others shrieked and spat at the guards. The prisons swelled with women whose livelihoods depended on secrecy and whose clients now abandoned them in fear. But what stunned the investigators wasn't just the scope of the network. It was the names that began to appear in their ledgers, written in trembling ink by those desperate to save themselves. Names that belonged to the court, names whispered in Versailles. The scandal reached its breaking point with the arrest of Catherine Monvoisin, known to the city as La Voisin. For over a decade she had served as the high priestess of this subterranean world, performing black masses for the noble elite, supplying poisons masked as cosmetics, and brokering contracts between women in silk gowns and nameless chemists working by candlelight. Her capture in 1679 sent ripples through the capital. Everyone who had ever stepped through her door now wondered how much she would say and whether their name would surface before they had time to flee. La Voisin did talk, but only under the particular encouragement of torture administered by the Chambre Ardente, a special tribunal established by the king to investigate the poison affair. Her testimony opened a chasm beneath the court. She spoke of rituals held in candlelit cellars where infants were allegedly sacrificed and prayers uttered not to saints but to darker forces. She named clients, each one more prominent than the last. She described spells cast to charm lovers, poisons brewed to rid women of cruel husbands or inconvenient rivals. She told the judges, in a voice hoarse from screaming, that the court itself was infested. And then came the name that made the king stop breathing: Madame de Montespan. The Marquise de Montespan had once been the brightest star in the firmament of Versailles, the mistress of Louis XIV, mother to several of his children, a woman of devastating wit and legendary beauty. For over a decade she had stood at the pinnacle of French society. But now La Voisin claimed that Montespan had been her client, more than a client, a regular, a woman who had paid for black masses in which she lay naked on an altar while priests invoked demons to bind the king's heart to hers. Worse, La Voisin insisted that Montespan had purchased poison, many times in small vials, for purposes unknown. To accuse the king's mistress was unthinkable. To believe it, even more so. Yet the evidence continued to mount. Letters were found, payments tracked. Other arrested practitioners, hoping for mercy, echoed the same stories. Montespan's lady-in-waiting, Claudine de Vandezayers, was said to have acted as a go-between. Even members of the clergy, defrocked priests who had once attended court, confirmed the rituals, the ceremonies, the invocations. They said infants had been bought, starved, killed. No bodies were ever found. But the horror of the allegation clung to the air like the smoke of burning incense. Louis XIV, horrified and furious, ordered the records sealed. The poison affair had become too dangerous. What had begun as an effort to root out petty criminals had grown into a scandal that threatened the very legitimacy of the court itself. The king disbanded the Chambre Ardente in 1682 and ordered that many of the surviving witnesses be imprisoned without trial, silenced forever in fortresses and convents. Dozens had already been executed. Others, like La Voisin, had been burned at the stake. But for those who remained, their fate was one of quiet disappearance. The affair had reached its crescendo, but not its conclusion. Behind the curtain, investigators continued their work. Nearly 400 suspects had been implicated during the course of the investigation. Among them were soldiers, clerics, midwives, perfumers, and nobles. Some confessed to petty spells, charms to encourage affection, potions to calm anxiety. Others admitted to more sinister intentions. There were cases of women who had slowly poisoned their husbands with powdered arsenic over months, watching as they withered in their beds. There were whispers of inheritance disputes, of dowries claimed through sudden deaths. Some were surely guilty, others perhaps not. In a court where enemies were made easily and secrets traded like currency, accusation was often as deadly as poison itself. Yet Madame de Montespan was never formally charged. She remained at court, though her influence waned. The king distanced himself from her gradually, coldly, until finally she retired to a convent. Whether she had truly participated in the rituals described by La Voisin, whether she had indeed poured poison into a rival's glass, or merely flirted with superstition, these questions would never be answered. The truth, if it existed, was buried with the women who died screaming in prison cells, and with the thousands of pages of sealed testimony that the king ordered locked away never to be released. The affair of the poisons did not just expose a hidden world of potions and magic, it revealed a society teetering on the edge of moral collapse. At Versailles, appearance was everything, but behind the rouge and lace were people driven by fear, envy, and ambition. The court was a gilded cage where survival depended not on justice or virtue, but on the favour of a single man. In such a world, is it any wonder that people turn to darker means to control their fates? The scandal reshaped French society in quiet but lasting ways. The king, deeply shaken, imposed stricter regulations on apothecaries and midwives. He cracked down on the sale of poisons and charms. He began to retreat from the exuberance of his earlier reign, turning increasingly toward religion, influenced by the devout Madame de Maintenon, who would become his new companion. The court grew more austere, the shadows receded, but they never vanished. For years after, the name Le Voisin remained a curse, and the affair of the poisons a story passed in hushed tones, a warning of how close the court had come to falling into chaos. And yet, for all the executions and imprisonments, for all the inquiries and locked doors, the true scale of the conspiracy was never fully uncovered. The full truth, if there was one, lay scattered across testimonies, some burned, some buried, some still buried in the archives of Versailles. It is possible that the poisonings were fewer than believed, that many of the claims were exaggerations, born of fear and coerced under torture. It is also possible that the network was even larger than anyone dared admit, that the corridors of the Sun King's court were more bloodstained than golden. What is certain is this: between 1677 and 1682, the most powerful people in France walked in terror of the unseen, not of assassins or enemies in battle, but of quiet hands slipping a powder into their wine, of love turned into obsession and ambition turned into death. And in that world of perfume and poison, beauty and betrayal, there was no such thing as innocence, only survival. It was harvest season in the village of Woolpit, a stretch of lowland nestled in the county of Suffolk, where the sky hung wide and open and the wheat rippled like gold in the wind. The people of the village, farmers mostly, modest and weathered, moved through their routines with the steady rhythm of those who knew the land and were ruled by its demands. The sun climbed in its arc, the scythe swung through the tall stalks, and all across the countryside there was the sound of labour, of wooden carts creaking over dry earth, of cattle shifting in the heat, of sparrows calling from the hedgerows. It was a year like any other, or so it seemed, until the children came. They were first spotted near one of the old wolf pits, deep earthen traps long out of use, from an older time when wolves still haunted the English forests and farmers feared for their sheep and their children. The pits had remained, half forgotten in the hollows beyond the edge of the fields, overgrown and soft with moss, dangerous only to the careless or the unknowing. It was near one of these that the children appeared, as if the pit itself had birthed them, or perhaps swallowed them once and only just spit them back out. A boy and a girl, that much was certain, but little else about them was. They were not dressed in rags nor finery, rather they wore clothing of unfamiliar weave and cut, woven from a cloth no one in the village could name. Their features were human, unmistakably so. They were small, thin, the way children might be when they had gone too long without food, with large, dark eyes and tangled hair. But what no one could explain, what no one would ever be able to explain, was the colour of their skin. It was green, not the pale yellow-green of sickness nor the bluish tinge of cold. Their skin, as it was described again and again by those who first saw them, was the unmistakable shade of green leaves in spring, soft, luminous, and utterly unnatural. They were frightened, blinking against the light. The girl clutched the boy's hand. They looked around with wide, startled eyes, as if they had never seen such a place before. And perhaps they hadn't. When the reapers found them, they called for the village. The harvest was abandoned for the day as men and women gathered to witness this strange event. The children did not run nor cry, but huddled close to one another and refused all speech. They murmured among themselves in a tongue none of the villagers recognized, a melodic, halting language full of sounds and cadences that did not belong to Latin or English or any of the dialects common to the region. They would not eat. They turned away from the bread, the fruit, the cooked meats, all the normal fare of the village. They seemed confused by it, repelled even. Only when offered raw beans, still in their pods, did they show interest. The girl took one first, cracked it open with delicate fingers, and showed her brother how to eat. For a while they ate nothing else. The villagers did not know what to do with them. The local reeve was summoned, then the steward. Then word passed to Sir Richard de Calne, a knight of some standing in the region. It was he who finally took the children into his care, bringing them to his manor in Wykes, some miles from the village. There they were clothed in finer garments and offered rest. The girl accepted the food, slowly expanding her diet. The boy, more delicate, fell ill soon after and began to waste away. No healer could help him. His skin turned from green to a sickly grey. His eyes became sunken. He grew quiet, then fevered, then silent. He died not long after they arrived at the manor, leaving the girl alone, friendless, unmoored in a world that did not and could not understand her. But over time, she changed. The green hue of her skin faded. Her language softened into something more familiar. She began to learn English, slowly, awkwardly at first, then with growing fluency. And as she did, she began to speak. What she said only deepened the mystery. She claimed they had come from a place called St. Martin's Land, a country of perpetual twilight where the sun never shone. The people there, she said, lived underground in a land of green-tinted light, and everyone bore the same green colour to their skin. She did not know how they had arrived in Woolpit. One moment, she said, they had been tending to their father's cattle. Then they heard a great noise, like the tolling of a bell, and found themselves in a narrow passage. They walked toward the sound, and then they were in the light, and it was too bright, and the air too hot, and the ground too dry. They had been lost, disoriented, and then the villagers had found them. Some believed she spoke metaphorically, or that her words were muddled by grief and confusion. Others whispered that she spoke plainly, and that what she described was real, if only they could understand it. Sir Richard kept her in his household, raising her into adulthood. She was baptized, confirmed, and eventually took the name Agnes. She grew into a woman of sharp mind and vivid memory. She was said to be lively, even bold, and though some found her manner strange, others praised her intelligence. She eventually married, bore children, and lived out her days as part of the world into which she had so strangely arrived. But the mystery of her origin never faded, because the story was too strange to forget. A girl and her brother appearing from nowhere, speaking no known language, claiming to be from a sunless land, with skin the colour of leaves. One dead, one changed. No one could explain it then, and no one can now. The village of Woolpit remained, and the story lingered like a ghost in the hedgerows. From the moment the villagers of Woolpit first laid eyes on the green-skinned boy and girl, Confusion and amazement spread like ripples in a pond, moving outward with each retelling until the entire region buzzed with whispered accounts of otherworldly children discovered near an ancient wolf pit. The boy, as many later recounted, did not survive for long, succumbing to a mysterious ailment that seemed related to his unwillingness to eat the normal fare of his hosts. The girl, however, lived, transformed slowly by the new diet of the villagers, by the very air and light of this unfamiliar realm. As her skin's verdancy faded to a more natural hue, so too did the stories begin to settle into a shape that chroniclers tried desperately to capture. Within months, curious travellers and clergymen and local nobility were all wrestling with the question of who, or what, these children were. Had they simply come from a remote village with strange diets and an unusual complexion caused by disease, or was there something truly magical afoot? Over time, the written accounts of the incident crystallized in the works of a few key chroniclers, most notably William of Newburgh and Ralph of Coggeshall, who preserved the details of the children's unexpected appearance, their incomprehensible language, their aversion to typical foods, and the strange story the surviving girl told of a land without a visible sun. In Newburgh's narrative, the children seemed almost a footnote, one mystery among many in an age that saw wonders and portents at every turn. Yet, he treated their existence with genuine curiosity, refusing to dismiss them outright as a hoax. Coggeshall likewise sought to gather second-hand testimonials from those who had supposedly met the girl, who by then had been christened Agnes and was adjusting to life among the people of Suffolk. The two chroniclers offered similar but not identical versions of the tale, and it would be these accounts, compiled and recopied through the generations, that became the skeleton upon which centuries of speculation would later hang. In the decades following the children's arrival, no further green visitors were recorded, nor was there any revelation about a hidden entryway to a twilight land beneath the earth. The girl's own recollections, shaped by her assimilation into English culture, seemed to dim with time, losing their sharp edges, or so the chroniclers claimed. She had gleaned enough of the local tongue to say that she and her brother had been tending their father's livestock when they heard the tolling of a bell, far off and strangely compelling, beckoning them through a passage into a blinding new reality. She never explained how such a passage existed or precisely where it led. Some in the region took this as a sign of the children's angelic origin, reading their arrival as a symbolic message from God, though what that message might have been remained an unsettling question. In the centuries that followed, the story of the Green Children evolved, passing from medieval anecdote into something closer to local legend. Bards and storytellers embroidered the tale with additional flourishes. Some claimed the children could see in the dark with perfect clarity, others said they glowed faintly at night, as if absorbing the day's light. A few insisted that the girl never truly lost all her greenish tint, that in certain lights or seasons, a pale emerald sheen could still be glimpsed around her throat or wrists. These embellishments, while colourful, muddled the original account, and by the dawn of the early modern period, what had once seemed a strange but credible chronicle of an unexplained event was dismissed by many as mere folklore. Yet the story refused to die. Each era found fresh ways to interpret it, offering theories that mirrored the anxieties and fascinations of the time. During the Enlightenment, rationalist thinkers proposed that the children must have been orphans suffering from a form of chlorosis, a malady sometimes called the green sickness, associated with malnutrition and anemia, particularly among adolescents. According to these thinkers, the oddity of their language could be attributed to a foreign dialect, unfamiliar to the isolated villagers, who assumed it was gibberish. The unusual clothing might have been from a distant region, or perhaps from travellers who had outfitted them in exotic garb. And as for their mention of a land without a sun, this could have been no more than a confused description of a life spent in the gloom of an impoverished home, or an extended stay in some bandit's hideout, or even a misremembered trove of half-heard stories about night-shrouded places. The children had simply stumbled into Woolpit from the outskirts of civilization, carrying with them a strange accent, a nutritional deficiency, and the illusions of frightened minds. But not everyone was content with so mundane an explanation. Romantic-era writers and mystics seized upon the story as evidence of fey realms and hidden dimensions, weaving it into the tapestry of Celtic fairy lore that already filled Britain's cultural imagination. They linked the children to the hollow hills of myth, where elves or fairy folk were said to dwell, sometimes stealing human infants and replacing them with changelings, sometimes emerging under certain cosmic alignments to lead unwary wanderers astray. According to these versions, the children were not quite human at all. Their emerald skin was a remnant of their fairy nature, and their accidental crossing into mortal lands was a cautionary tale about the fragile boundaries between our world and the next. By the 19th century, more elaborate notions of hidden civilizations gained traction, thanks in part to the popularization of novels and pseudo-scientific treatises suggesting vast subterranean regions within the earth. Writers like Bulwer Lytton in The Coming Race would muse on advanced underground societies, igniting the imaginations of readers who saw in the Green Children a literal infiltration of the surface world by some lost or hidden people. Though these ideas often drifted into the realm of science fiction, they found enough resonance in local legends to keep the Woolpit incident alive as a curious footnote in any discussion of Hollow Earth theories, secret tunnel systems, or ephemeral gateways between worlds. As the 20th century arrived, the tale attracted the notice of folklorists and anthropologists who attempted to ground it once more in the context of medieval England. They pointed out that the region of Suffolk, in the time of King Stephen or perhaps Henry II, was marked by social upheaval, sporadic conflicts, and shifting borders. Perhaps these children were refugees from a skirmish or a persecuted minority who fled into the wild. Their green tint might have been caused by dietary deficiencies or environmental factors in their hidden camp. Their language, incomprehensible to the wool farmers, might have been Flemish or another continental tongue brought over by migrant workers. The mention of St. Martin's Land, a place of perpetual twilight, could be no more than the children's frantic attempt to describe the condition of living in half-light among forested enclaves. According to this line of reasoning, the story's more supernatural elements were simply an overlay of wonder by villagers who had never travelled far beyond their own fields, fueling a legend that overshadowed the prosaic truth. Yet, even these measured considerations left gaps. Why had no one else encountered these children's supposed people? Why had the boy died so quickly, while the girl adapted if indeed they were simple refugees? And how had they ended up near an ancient wolf pit, hidden from all eyes until that harvest season? The simplest explanation might have been that some unfortunate family hid from warfare in the deep woods, living off limited provisions that turned their skin sallow or greenish, only to stumble upon the village in desperation. But something about the longevity of the legend and the consistency with which it describes the children's otherworldly aura stubbornly resisted a mundane resolution. By the mid-20th century, a new wave of esoteric thinkers and early UFO enthusiasts latched onto the story, seeing in it a precursor to modern accounts of alien visitation or interdimensional travellers. Books on unexplained phenomena sometimes listed the green children alongside sightings of strange lights in the sky, vanishings in the wilderness, and reports of bizarre ethereal figures. The children in these accounts were cast as beings from another planet or dimension who had slipped between worlds, discovered by unsuspecting peasants in the Middle Ages. While these theories found little acceptance in academic circles, they contributed to the tapestry of speculation, ensuring that the story's name found its way into publications far beyond medieval scholarship, tucked instead among discussions of cosmic portals and wormholes. Amid all these explanations, historical, folkloric, theological, and speculative, one theme remained constant. The children represented a disruption of the known order. They arrived from outside the circle of familiarity, speaking a language no one could interpret, bearing physical traits that violated the norms of the human body, and referencing a homeland that no traveller or pilgrim had ever described. Whether one believed them to be fairies, refugees, aliens, or the victims of medical ailments, the effect on the local imagination was the same. They were a living riddle. They forced the community to confront the possibility that the boundaries it assumed to be solid, between day and night, between one land and another, between the ordinary and the uncanny, could be crossed in the most unexpected ways. As for the girl, Agnes, the historical record offers only faint hints. Some believe she served in Sir Richard de Cauner's household for many years, eventually marrying a man in the nearby county and having children of her own. A few genealogies claim to trace her lineage, though these are tenuous at best. If she did live a full life, the only consistent testimony is that her skin colour normalised completely and that she gradually became fluent enough in English to carry on a modest existence. One version of the tale says that whenever she gazed at the setting sun, a sadness came over her, as if she remembered a world of half-light from which she had been exiled, though whether that is fact or poetic license by later storytellers is anyone's guess. The boy's fate was simpler, though no less poignant. Buried in an unmarked grave, he existed in memory only as a quiet figure who never acclimated. Some suggest that he remained unwilling to eat what the villagers called normal food, pining instead for the raw beans that had once sustained him. Others say he died from heartbreak or longing for that underground homeland, or that he was simply too frail to endure the abrupt shock of a new environment. Yet, at the time, it was hardly unknown for a child to succumb to fever or malnutrition, and so his passing did not spark the same sustained inquiry as the girl's survival. Instead, he became part of the legend's sadness, a reminder that crossing the boundaries between worlds can be fatal if one's soul or body cannot adjust. In modern times, the village of Woolpit still acknowledges the tale. Visitors come to see the church, the old fields, the site of the ancient wolf pits, though the landscape has changed across centuries. Historians point out that the story's original sources were separated from the event itself by at least a generation or two, complicating the question of factual accuracy. Enthusiasts organize small gatherings and presentations, comparing translations of Newburgh and Coggeshall, debating the credibility of each line. The local lore has become part of the village's identity, an echo of a day when the world took on a different hue and two children stepped into the sunlight from a place no one had ever known existed. In the end, the enduring power of the green children of Woolpit may lie less in determining whether they were literal or figurative beings, and more in how they continue to spark our wonder. They encourage us to question the assumptions that shape our everyday reality, to consider how fragile our definitions of normalcy can be, and to remember that medieval peasants were not as insular or naive as we sometimes imagine. They recognized a marvel when they saw it, and they struggled to interpret it according to their means, leaving us the chronicle of a marvel that defies easy categorization. While centuries of attempts to solve this puzzle have ranged from the rational to the outlandishly mystical, none have fully managed to dismiss the eerie possibility that the children truly did come from a land unlike our own, whether that land lay under the earth, beyond a thin veil of reality, or simply in an undiscovered corner of the medieval Suffolk. The story remains a testament to the human fascination with the liminal spaces, those cracks in our world through which the unexplainable occasionally seeps. Perhaps that is why the legend of the Green Children endures. It reminds us that, nestled among the tilled fields and humble homes of even the most ordinary village, an extraordinary event can unfold at any moment, transforming local rumour into something timeless. In Woolpit, that transformation occurred one quiet harvest day when a pair of frightened children emerged from the margins of the known world. They carried strangeness on their skin, an inexplicable story on their tongues, and a question that has never quite let us go. Who and from where were they, truly? In the gentle hush of twilight, if one stands in the fields near the overgrown remains of the old wolf pits, one can almost imagine hearing the faint echoes of that perplexing arrival so many centuries ago. A rustle of leaves in the breeze, a soft footstep on the soil, a child's hushed voice speaking words no one recognizes. Time and again, the boundary between day and night, between known and unknown, reasserts itself in stories like this. And time and again, we are reminded that some mysteries remain mysteries, not because they cannot be solved, but because they invite us to dream, to speculate, and to consider the possibility that our world still holds corners we have not yet fully illuminated. The wind over the tundra carried with it a sharp, biting edge, the kind of cold that did more than numb fingers. It worked its way through fur, flesh and bone, settling somewhere in the heart. Joe LaBelle pulled his coat tighter around his shoulders, the heavy caribou hide stiff with frost, and adjusted the strap of his pack as he trudged through the deep snowdrifts that rimmed the narrow pass leading toward the northern edge of Anjikuni Lake. His dogs, tongues lolling, breaths steaming in the fading afternoon light, moved with a quiet eagerness, their paws kicking up bursts of powder as they sensed the end of the trail approaching. The lake, still frozen under its heavy blanket of ice, lay just beyond the rise and nestled along its shore. He knew from years of passing through this stretch of wilderness would be the small Inuit village whose fires had always been a welcome sight during his winter routes. It was late November. The days were growing shorter, and the air had that certain weight, that hollow silence that told seasoned men the season was turning harder. LaBelle had spent weeks alone in the wilds, his sled heavy with pelts, his rifle never far from hand. The wilderness was indifferent, vast and old. It didn't take kindly to weakness or noise, but he wasn't green. He had made this journey before, and he knew that the people of Anjikuni were always there, quiet, welcoming, steady. They had shared dried meat and warm broth with him in years past, offered him shelter when storms caught him on the move, and passed stories by the fire with the kind of patience only those who lived far from the world possessed. So when he crested the hill and looked down over the village, his first thought wasn't confusion or fear. It was something simpler, something quiet, something he couldn't name. The settlement looked unchanged at first glance. The snow-crusted huts still stood in their half-circle facing the lake. Smoke drifted in slow, lazy curls from a few chimneys, and the dark shapes of fishing gear and sled frames leaned against the usual racks and poles. But there was something off, something that didn't quite sit right in the mind, like a word spoken out of place in a familiar sentence. It took a moment to realize that nothing moved, not a soul. No children chasing one another between the shelters, no dogs barking or pacing near the outer ring, no figures coming to greet him. The place, for all its smoke and structure, was still. He called out, his voice cracking the silence, echoing faintly off the frozen lake and the low hills beyond. No reply. The dogs, usually eager to press on, slowed and hesitated. Their ears pricked. They whined, uneasy. Lebel clicked his tongue, stepped forward, and pulled the sled down the ridge. He passed the first few huts slowly, scanning the windows, noting how the doors were ajar in some places, closed in others. He knocked on one, then another. Still nothing. Finally, he pushed open a door, the wood creaking beneath his gloved hand. Inside, the small room was dim and cold, but not long abandoned. A pot of stew sat over the hearth, blackened at the edges but not yet frozen. Blankets were piled neatly in one corner, a carved bone comb resting atop them. A kettle, half full of water, sat on the edge of the stove. It had frozen but not deep. Recently, very recently. He moved on, faster now, heart ticking faster in his chest. He entered another hut, then another. Each told the same story. Food left uneaten, clothes hanging on the walls, tools neatly laid out. A rifle leaned by a doorway. Nothing was missing, but no one was there. In one hut, a small garment lay half sewn, the needle still threaded and tucked into the seam as if its owner had only just stepped out for a moment. In another, a set of boots stood side by the door, the kind of placement born of habit, routine. Everything about the village suggested normalcy, and yet it was utterly deserted. Lebel returned to the central fire pit where in previous winters the villagers had gathered to share food, song and warmth. The embers still smouldered faintly beneath a mound of ash. He crouched beside it, prodding the coals with a stick. Warm, less than a day old, he guessed, maybe hours. He stood, turning in a slow circle, calling out again into the empty air. The only response was the low moan of wind coming off the lake. He checked the dogs again. They were restless now, pacing in tight circles, heads low, growling softly at nothing he could see. He felt the skin on the back of his neck tighten. He wasn't a man given to spooks, but there was something here, something wrong, something that pressed on the edges of his thoughts, too large to look at directly. He tried to explain it to himself. Maybe the villagers had gone onto the ice to fish. Maybe they were in the woods nearby, hunting. But they would never have left without someone to tend the fires, without taking their coats, their weapons, their dogs, without finishing their meals. He found the well. The cover had been left open, steam rising faintly from the depths. The snow around it was undisturbed. And then he noticed the graves. On a low rise at the edge of the village sat a burial site. Simple stone markers and wooden crosses, many carved with names he recognized from past visits. It had always been quiet there, respectful, peaceful. But now he saw that the graves had been opened. Some roughly, earth shoveled out in uneven clumps, others more precisely, as if dug with care. All were empty, not one body remained. The sun dipped low, casting long blue shadows across the snow. He stood in the center of the village, surrounded by silence, by abandoned lives, by questions that grew heavier with each passing minute. And still, not a single footprint beyond his own. That night, Lebel built a fire in the hearth of one of the huts, though it felt like trespass. He boiled tea in a blackened pot and sat awake with his rifle across his knees, watching the windows, listening for footsteps that never came. The wind keened around the corners of the structure, and once he thought he saw movement between the huts, just a flicker, a shape, but when he rose to look, the snow remained undisturbed. By morning, he hitched his dogs and left the way he had come without looking back. He would find the nearest telegraph station. He would tell someone. He would write it all down, because what he had seen, what he had not seen, would not be believed without the telling. Joe Lebel left Anjikuni Lake behind, with a heart full of dread and a mind troubled by questions he could not begin to answer. He travelled fast, pushing himself and his dogs hard through the bleak northern wilderness, determined to reach the nearest telegraph outpost before nightfall. The hours that followed were a blur of biting wind and stinging snow, of worry gnawing at his every thought. He could not erase from his mind the image of those deserted huts, the half-eaten meals, the still smouldering embers, the open graves. He imagined the villagers in those final moments, if indeed they had been final, forced to leave at a moment's notice, taking nothing with them, vanishing into the endless white. He tried to conceive of some calamity so urgent that an entire community would flee without weapons or coats, yet no such explanation presented itself. His knowledge of the region, gleaned from many seasons of trapping and trading, told him that the Inuit were resourceful, cautious people who did not undertake any journey, even the shortest, without careful preparation. And so, as his sled cut a jagged path through the frozen drifts, his mind wrestled with an ever-growing sense that something beyond ordinary danger had occurred at Anjikuni Lake. He finally arrived at the telegraph outpost, a modest wooden shack attached to a small general store that served trappers and prospectors passing through the area. The telegraph operator, a middle-aged man named Wilkinson, listened to Lebel's account with an expression that shifted gradually from polite indifference to genuine alarm. Lebel's words tumbled out in a rush, his voice hushed yet urgent, describing the deserted homes, the uneaten meals, the warm ashes, details that made no sense in the context of a remote village that had always been, in Lebel's experience, both orderly and welcoming. Wilkinson, unsettled, insisted that Lebel repeat the story while he took notes. Then, with a grim nod, he sent a telegram to the Royal Canadian Mounted Police, RCMP, detachment in Churchill, hundreds of miles away, laying out the facts as best they could be explained. Lebel collapsed onto a bench exhausted, while Wilkinson offered him a tin mug of black coffee to warm his bones. They spoke little as they waited for a response, each man aware that until the authorities arrived, the mystery would remain just that, a singular haunting puzzle in a land that thrived on quiet secrets. The RCMP response was swift, at least by the standards of the time and place. Within a week, a small investigative team arrived at the outpost, led by a no-nonsense officer named Sergeant Arthur Bainbridge. A tall man with a deliberate gait and a sharp gaze, Bainbridge had spent much of his career in the Northern Territories, accustomed to harsh conditions and the demands of frontier policing. He listened carefully to Lebel, scribbling notes in a small leather-bound notebook. Then he gathered his men, along with a local guide, preparing a journey to Anjikuni Lake that would require several days of backcountry travel. The plan was simple: verify the trappers' claims, ascertain the whereabouts of the Inuit residents, and determine if any criminal act or natural disaster might have forced them to flee. Bainbridge, for his part, suspected that Lebel had stumbled upon some local migration pattern or internal dispute, something that would prove benign or easily explained. Nonetheless, his instructions were clear: investigate thoroughly and report back to regional headquarters in Churchill. Travelling by dog sled and on foot, Sergeant Bainbridge and his team reached the outskirts of the village in early December, guided by Lebel. They approached cautiously, prepared for the possibility of confrontation, though from whom they could not say. Yet the scene that greeted them was precisely as Lebel had described. The hut stood deserted, their interiors betraying not the slow decay of a place left empty for months, but the abrupt stillness of a settlement abandoned in haste. Meals half-eaten on wooden plates, pots still hanging over cold hearths with remnants of stew gone stale, clothing, tools and personal items scattered about as though their owners intended to return at any moment. The wind slipped through cracks in the walls, adding a low whistle to an otherwise perfect silence. One by one, Bainbridge and his men explored the homes, calling out greetings in both English and halting Inuktitut, always to no reply. The chill in the air felt deeper, more uncanny, as though the land itself were holding its breath. The emptied graves, however, were what truly troubled the investigators. There were several, arranged in a small semicircle on a gentle rise overlooking the lake's frozen expanse. Each appeared to have been disturbed quite recently, the packed snow and earth piled to the side in jagged heaps. No remains were visible. Every grave was empty. Bainbridge directed his men to search the perimeter for footprints or drag marks, but none were found. The snow bore only their own tracks, plus those of Lebel's earlier visit. The group reconvened around the main fire pit at the centre of the village. The ashes there were cold but looked to have been raked and tended not long before. Why, Bainbridge asked himself, would anyone unearth the dead in the dead of winter? What force or logic compelled such an act? The next few days were spent in meticulous, if uneasy, investigation. The RCMP team catalogued the huts, made lists of personal belongings left behind, and photographed the area using an old plate camera. They found supply caches still full of dried fish, smoked caribou, and winter vegetables, discovered a locked trunk containing small carvings and prized tools, and even located the shaman's dwelling, which contained intricate ceremonial items and fur garments for rituals. Nowhere did they see evidence of violence. No splatter of blood, no bullet holes, no shattered doors. Yet equally absent were indications of an organised departure. The canoes were still pulled up on the shore, half buried in snow. The dogs, those essential companions to any northern community, were gone. In essence, the entire population had walked away with empty hands, leaving behind all that anchored them: their homes, their food stores, their relatives' graves. Bainbridge found this puzzling to the point of disbelief. The Inuit were known for their adaptability and for never abandoning supplies they would need to survive. He wondered if some catastrophic phenomenon, a rapid freeze, an epidemic, might have forced them out. But if disease had been the culprit, where were the bodies? Rumours began to swirl even before the RCMP team returned to the outpost. Word travelled through the telegraph lines, picking up embellishments with each retelling. By the time newspapers got hold of the story, it had taken on an almost supernatural cast. Headlines spoke of a vanished village, an entire community swallowed by the Arctic night, leaving behind only the warm ashes of abandoned fires. Tales from Trapper Joe Lebel were quoted liberally, describing the creeping dread he felt wandering through the empty homes, the whispering wind that seemed to follow him. Some stories claimed the search party had seen strange lights dancing above the lake, or heard bizarre humming sounds echoing from the distant hills. None of these details were confirmed by official reports, but once set loose, they clung to the public's imagination. Writers and editors seized the opportunity to paint a Gothic portrait of the North, a place of silent snows, howling winds, and unspeakable mysteries. To complicate matters, local legends did exist about lights in the sky, stories older than any newspaper, passed down through generations of indigenous peoples who had witnessed auroras and other luminous phenomena in remote corners of the tundra. Some described them as spirits of ancestors, others as omens or messages from forces beyond human understanding. The question was whether these lights had any connection to the disappearance at Anjikuni, or if it was merely the press reaching for a sensational angle. Sergeant Bainbridge's official statements, once they trickled through the bureaucratic channels, made no mention of luminous events. Instead, they emphasized the stark facts. The village was empty, signs pointed to a hasty departure, and no conclusive explanation was found. The final report suggested that the inhabitants might have embarked on a seasonal migration, though it admitted the absent dogs, the disturbed graves, and the leftover personal belongings complicated that theory. Bainbridge, with professional restraint, left the matter open-ended, concluding that further investigation was hindered by the region's harsh winter conditions and the lack of any direct witnesses. Yet rumours persisted, fed by a steady diet of speculation and the occasional flourish of local storytellers. Some claimed that the residents of Anjikuni Lake had been carried off by malevolent spirits of the north, perhaps angered by a breach of ancient customs. Others whispered that the villagers had fallen victim to a mysterious plague, forcing the survivors to flee in horror, digging up their dead for fear they would rise or spread contamination. Still others believed in a darker scenario. Outsiders, perhaps unscrupulous fur traders or prospectors, had invaded the village, forcing the inhabitants to abandon their homes, exhuming the graves in some morbid act of treasure-seeking or desecration, but no sign of violence or theft supported such a claim. The few valuables in the huts had been left untouched. The partial meals, the personal possessions, everything pointed to a departure both abrupt and strangely reverent, as if the village had simply faded out of its own accord. One of the more outlandish theories that emerged involved visitors from beyond the stars. In the decades to come, UFO enthusiasts would latch onto the notion that strange lights in the sky had been reported near Anjikuni Lake around the time of the disappearance. A handful of letters to regional newspapers in the 1940s and 1950s claimed that travelers passing the lake had witnessed discs of light hovering over the water, or beams that shone down onto the ice. These accounts, never corroborated by the original RCMP investigation, nonetheless added a layer of cosmic intrigue. Could the entire population of the village have been taken aboard a craft, lured or snatched away in a single moment? It seemed preposterous to many, yet the story spread, fueled by magazine articles and late-night radio shows, eager to feed the public's appetite for the inexplicable. Whether one believed in abductions or dismissed them as fantasy, the mention of ghostly lights in the sky became inseparable from the legend of Anjikuni. In the following years, as Canada's northern region slowly opened to more robust governmental and commercial interests, further attempts were made to verify the events at Anjikuni Lake. But time had already done its work. When explorers and prospectors visited the site, they found only old, collapsed huts and half-buried debris. Some claimed to see evidence of reoccupation by another group, or of partial demolition to salvage wood and metal for other settlements. The graves, if they had ever been truly emptied, might have been destroyed by erosion or covered by shifting permafrost. A few homesteaders insisted that they had met Inuit families who remembered a time when relatives had decided to move en masse to another region, leaving Anjikuni behind, yet no one could explain the thoroughly unsettling details that Lebel and the RCMP had documented: the smouldering fires, the half-eaten meals, the unbroken snow, absent footprints. These details, oddly specific, seemed to defy any mundane explanation, unless of course they had been exaggerated in retelling. Over the decades, skeptics began to voice doubts about whether the vanishings had occurred at all. They pointed out that the primary sources for the story were few, and that many references traced back to Joe Lebel's initial report and a handful of reprinted newspaper articles. Some suggested that the entire tale might be a fabrication or an embellishment, a legend woven from misinterpretations and the romantic notion of a silent Arctic wilderness. Certainly such tales were not uncommon, especially in an era when sensational journalism thrived on the mysteries of uncharted territories. The Canadian authorities, when pressed in later years, stated that no official records detailed an entire village disappearing at Anjikuni Lake. That, they insisted, did not mean no event had ever occurred, only that they found no conclusive documentation to corroborate the sweeping claims. Still, some aspects of the account resist easy dismissal. Lebel was known as a reliable trapper, not prone to dramatic inventions. The RCMP inquiry was undeniably launched, and while official records remained sparse, a variety of local testimonies and newspaper articles corroborate that some form of investigation took place. It may be that the actual events were smaller in scale, perhaps only a family or two had vanished, and that the subsequent retellings magnified them into an entire village. Or perhaps a seasonal relocation did indeed occur, but under peculiar circumstances that left the site looking deserted in unnatural haste. Even the matter of the exhumed graves, bizarre as it sounds, could have had some cultural or spiritual significance unknown to outsiders. The truth of the matter likely rests in a tangle of partial truths, misunderstandings, and the unstoppable momentum of folklore. Among the Inuit communities in the broader region, there are occasional whispers of a story about a dark winter when families gathered up their children and walked into the night, seeking safer grounds, guided by omens in the sky. Some storytellers connect this to prophecy or taboo, referencing times when entire clans relocated without warning due to spiritual revelations or to avoid an impending disaster sensed by their shamans. These stories, when listened to carefully, do not precisely match the details that Lebel and Bainbridge documented, yet they carry a resonance of collective decision-making, a communal flight from one place to another, spurred on by forces beyond the understanding of outsiders. It is not inconceivable that the event at Anjikuni was an instance of such a movement, complicated by the presence of half-finished meals and recently tended fires, a confluence of factors that gave the departure an air of unreality. In the decades that followed, the tale of the vanished village would drift in and out of popular consciousness, retold in magazines, radio segments, and eventually on television. It became a hallmark of Arctic mysteries, lumped in with yarns of missing explorers and ghost ships lost among ice floes. Some retellings, in a gesture toward dramatic flair, embellished it further. Skeletons found in the huts, dogs found starved yet chained in place, echoes in the night of voices that never materialized. Serious researchers found it difficult to separate these embellishments from the original accounts, leading to endless cycles of debate over authenticity. The result is a swirling tapestry of half-remembered facts, local superstition, official silence, and the inescapable wonder that the North provokes in those who do not know its ways. For those who do believe the story in some form, who accept that Joe LaBelle stumbled onto something extraordinary and that an entire community disappeared without a trace, the question remains, what cosmic or earthly phenomenon could have caused such an event? Some still whisper of lights in the sky connecting them to the deeper lore of UFOs or interdimensional happenings. Others speculate about a geological anomaly, a sudden release of gas from underground caverns, or a swift shift in the land that forced the inhabitants to flee. A few consider dark metaphysical possibilities, mass possession, a curse, or the manifestation of an ancient Inuit legend come to claim its due. None of these theories, lacking evidence, offer more than speculation. By the mid-20th century, the original players in the drama had scattered. Joe LaBelle himself, aged and reflective, gave few interviews, and his statements varied slightly with the telling. If he ever harboured doubts about what he saw, he did not share them publicly. Sergeant Bainbridge and his team moved on to other duties, eventually retiring without any conclusive resolution to their strangest case. The once bustling telegraph outpost that served as the dispatch point for the initial alarm closed down, replaced by more modern communication lines. The world moved on, and Anjikuni Lake remained remote, visited mostly by intrepid anglers and the occasional curious traveller who had heard the rumours and wanted a taste of the unknown. In time, the story of the vanished village became less about facts and more about the enduring power of mystery. Whether the original incident was a minor event fueled by journalistic sensationalism or a genuine mass disappearance, its resonance lay in the questions it posed about human vulnerability in a harsh environment. It highlighted how, in the face of nature's immense indifference, entire communities could indeed be uprooted, by choice or by force, and how easily the details of such an upheaval could be lost in the great white expanses of the North. It also revealed how the human mind, confronted with unexplained absences, instinctively fills the void with tales of spirits, lights, and cosmic intervention. In more recent years, researchers attempting to trace the story back to its foundations have uncovered conflicting newspaper reports and a trail of references to an earlier decade. Some place the event in the 1930s, others in the late 1920s, and still others in the early 1930s. A few archived articles mention Joe LaBelle by name, others do not, attributing the discovery to an unnamed fur trapper. The RCMP logs from that era are incomplete, and what remains offers only a cursory nod to an investigation at Anjikuni settlement, stating that no cause for alarm was ultimately found. Yet, that very brevity has done more to perpetuate the enigma, for it fails to address the strangest details recounted by witnesses. Attempts to find living relatives of the vanished villagers lead nowhere, often blocked by shifting genealogical records and the complexities of indigenous clan movements, which were never comprehensively documented by government agencies at the time. In the end, the vanished village of Anjikuni Lake remains a riddle balanced precariously between legend and reality, suspended in the shared imagination of those who find the North both forbidding and enchanting. Did an entire settlement truly vanish in a single night, leaving fires burning and meals half-finished? Or did a handful of families depart abruptly for reasons lost to history, allowing rumour and pulp journalism to do the rest? Could the missing graves have been the result of a cultural practice or a misunderstanding of local funeral rites, or were they genuinely exhumed in some sinister or desperate act? Were there indeed ghostly lights dancing above the lake, heralding some otherworldly event? Or was it just the flicker of auroras or meteorological illusions on a dark winter sky? Such questions, nearly a century on, seem destined to remain open-ended. The Arctic keeps its secrets, as do the people who once called it home. For every piece of data uncovered, another fades into silence, like footprints in the snow dissolving under a fresh storm. Perhaps that is the real lesson of Anjikuni, that in certain places, mystery is not merely an absence of explanation, but a force unto itself, shaping how we view the land and its inhabitants. The story endures not because it has been proven, but because it resonates, tapping into our deepest fear of collective disappearance, our awe at nature's vast scale, and our quiet hope that somewhere, beneath the drifts of time and snow, the truth still waits to be found. And so, the final record of the Vanish village at Anjikuni Lake remains unwritten, scattered among the recollections of old trappers, the black and white columns of century-old newspapers, the ephemeral logs of Mounties, who once rode out to solve a mystery, but returned only with more questions. Perhaps, on a moonless night, if one stands on the shore of that lonely lake with the wind pressing in and the stars shining fiercely overhead, it's possible to sense a faint echo, a phantom warmth from fires that once burned, or the fading murmur of voices carried away by the vast northern night. It is in that hush, that endless quiet, that the true essence of the tale lingers, an enigma that refuses to be undone. The ship should have been alive with movement, men hauling ropes, the creak of the wheel turning under a steady hand, the voices of the crew carried on the wind. But the Mary Celeste was silent. The only sound was the rhythmic crash of waves against its hull, the eerie slap of loose sails against the mast. From a distance it looked like any other vessel braving the Atlantic. But as the Dei Gratia approached, its captain, David Morehouse, could tell something was terribly wrong. The Mary Celeste was moving aimlessly, not following the logic of a vessel steered by human hands. The wind pushed it where it pleased, and yet its sails, though damaged, were still partially set. There were no signals for distress, no sign of life at all. Morehouse, a seasoned sailor, knew that an abandoned ship adrift in the open ocean could mean anything: pirates, mutiny, sickness. But something about the Mary Celeste sent a shiver down his spine. The ship was meant to have left New York 8 days before the Dei Gratia, bound for Genoa, Italy. It should have been far ahead, safely on course. Instead, here it was, floating like a ghost, alone in the vast emptiness of the sea. Morehouse made his decision. He ordered a boarding party to lower the longboat and row to the silent ship. As they pulled closer, the sense of unease grew heavier. The Mary Celeste was not battered by storms, nor did it bear the scars of an attack. It was eerily intact, as if its crew had simply vanished into thin air. When the boarding party climbed aboard, the strangeness only deepened. The deck was deserted, not a single soul in sight. The wheel was unmanned, turning gently with the movement of the waves. The ship's logbook lay undisturbed in the captain's cabin, the last entry dated 10 days earlier, November 25th, 1872. The coordinates placed the Mary Celeste just off the Azores, meaning it had drifted hundreds of miles without a crew. Inside the ship, food was still laid out in the mess. Plates of meals half-eaten, cups of tea gone cold. The crew's belongings remained in their quarters. A sewing kit lay open, a needle frozen mid-stitch in a piece of fabric. The captain's cabin was neat, his wife's belongings untouched, as if she had only just stepped away. The ship's lifeboat was gone, but there were no signs of distress, no blood, no overturned furniture, no indication of a struggle. The most unsettling detail was that the ship's cargo, a full hold of industrial alcohol, was untouched. Nothing was stolen. No valuables were missing. Whatever had happened to the crew had left everything else undisturbed. The boarding party called out, their voices swallowed by the empty sea. No one answered. The Mary Celeste had become a ghost ship, drifting without purpose, without life, and the question that would haunt history for over a century had taken root. What had happened to the 10 souls aboard the Mary Celeste? When the crew of the Dei Gratia first stepped aboard the drifting Mary Celeste, they did not realize they were entering one of the strangest and most enduring mysteries in maritime history. A ship intact but deserted, sails partially set, its wheel gently rocking with the ocean's rhythm, but no human sound, no signs of violence or distress, just an eerie quiet that stretched from bow to stern. The last logbook entry had been recorded 10 days earlier, placing the ship near the Azores. Yet now it floated aimlessly hundreds of miles from that location, as though it had been steered not by man, but by the wind itself. Captain David Morehouse, commanding the Dei Gratia, made the difficult decision to split his crew. Half would sail the ghost ship to Gibraltar. Though unnerved by what they had found, they knew that under maritime law, a salvage reward awaited any crew that could recover and deliver an abandoned vessel. But as the Mary Celeste cut through the waves, crewed by men who spoke little and slept lightly, a heavy uncertainty hung over the ship like a mist. Everything aboard appeared as it should. Personal effects remained untouched. Food stores were ample, and the cargo hold still full of industrial alcohol. There were no signs of piracy, no evidence of a storm, no hint as to why a ship in good condition had been completely abandoned. When the Mary Celeste and the Dei Gratia arrived in Gibraltar on December 13, 1872, their arrival sparked not celebration but suspicion. The Admiralty Court under British jurisdiction opened an official inquiry into the case. How could such a thing have happened? Why would a competent captain and his entire crew vanish, leaving behind no message, no clue, no sign of where they had gone? Inspectors scoured the ship from bow to stern. Nothing appeared stolen. The 9 barrels of industrial alcohol that had leaked were noted, but the majority of the cargo was intact. The only missing items were the ship's logbook beyond the last entry, the captain's navigational instruments, and the lifeboat. The main hatch was secured, but several smaller hatches were open. The pump used to remove bilge water was found partially disassembled, but there was no significant flooding in the hold, certainly not enough to warrant abandoning ship. More confusing still, meals were found half prepared, a sewing kit lay open with a needle paused mid-stitch, and the Briggs family's possessions were undisturbed in their cabin. It looked less like a ship that had faced disaster, and more like a household interrupted. The court inquiry stretched for months. With no hard evidence of a crime and no bodies, suspicion eventually fell away from the crew of the Dei Gratia. But even then, no satisfactory explanation could be reached. Speculation bloomed in the absence of answers. The earliest theories clung to the notion of mutiny. Had the crew turned on Captain Briggs? It seemed unlikely. Briggs had been a respected and experienced sailor, and the men he had chosen were known to him. If there had been a violent takeover, why leave the ship intact? Why take the lifeboat and not the cargo? There were no bloodstains, no broken furniture, no evidence of a fight. And why would mutineers disappear into the sea with no trace? Others wondered if the Dei Gratia's own crew had played a darker role. Morehouse had known Briggs personally. Could greed have motivated him to stage a salvage operation by orchestrating the disappearance? The theory gained minor traction, but was unsupported by evidence. Why would he leave the ship so perfectly untouched, the cargo whole, and the logs implicating nothing? The story just didn't fit. Piracy too was briefly considered, but pirates don't steal nothing. The cargo was valuable, the ship was sound, no jewellery, money or navigational tools were missing. There were no marks of forced entry, no sign of chaos. If pirates had struck, they had done so with unprecedented discipline and then vanished. A more scientific theory began to gain traction. Of the 1,701 barrels of denatured alcohol in the cargo hold, 9 were found empty. Perhaps the fumes from leaking barrels had built up below deck, creating the fear of a spontaneous explosion. It wasn't unfounded. Alcohol vapours in high enough concentrations could be lethal, or at least terrifying. Captain Briggs, erring on the side of caution, might have ordered the crew into the lifeboat while the ship ventilated. It could explain the missing navigational instruments, tools he'd have taken with him to aid their return, and the lack of any physical struggle. But if this were the case, why had the crew not reboarded once the danger passed? Why was the lifeboat never found? Why would an experienced seaman like Briggs risk abandoning a safe ship for a fragile lifeboat in the open Atlantic? Then there were theories that reached beyond the rational: rogue waves, waterspouts, sudden seaquakes. Could a wall of water have struck the deck, sweeping some crew overboard? Could panic have driven the rest into the lifeboat, fearing more waves to follow? Could a freak weather event, unseen and unrecorded, have terrorized them into making a fatal decision? It was possible, but again, the evidence was slim. The Mary Celeste bore no scars. Her hull was intact, her rigging still operational. A catastrophe violent enough to dislodge an entire crew should have left marks. But the ship seemed untouched by violence, human or natural. The more the ship was studied, the less sense it made. Its slow drift from the Azores to where it was found placed it precisely where it should be if left to the currents. Nothing in its path suggested sabotage or storm. The decision to abandon ship, if there had been one, had come from inside. Intentional, yet tragically misguided. By the time the official inquiry closed, the question had morphed from "what happened?" to "how could something like this ever happen?" The case was declared a mystery, not a crime, and the ship was returned to its owners, though its legacy had only just begun. The Mary Celeste went on to serve under various captains, none of whom could quite shake the shadow that now clung to her. Sailors believed her cursed. Voyages aboard her were plagued with misfortunes, groundings, leaks, poor cargo runs. By 1885, 13 years after her ghostly discovery, the ship met her final end. Deliberately wrecked off the coast of Haiti in a clumsy insurance fraud scheme, the Mary Celeste sank beneath the waves, her bones scattered across the reef. She died, not with drama, but with quiet embarrassment. A strange and ignoble ending for one of history's most storied ships. And still, the mystery persisted. The ship's story was retold again and again, each version adding colour or horror. Writers speculated sea monsters had taken the crew, others whispered of alien abductions or time slips. But these were stories for dark corners and wild imaginations. What endured was not the fantasy but the fact. A healthy, seaworthy ship was found sailing itself across the Atlantic, missing its entire crew, with no sign of struggle, violence or storm. Every clue seemed to contradict the last. Every theory answered some questions and raised others. The Mary Celeste remains, to this day, a symbol of the unknowable, a maritime riddle with no key, a vessel that slipped from the pages of routine history and into the realm of legend, not because of what was found, but because of what wasn't. In a world driven by explanation, it drifts still, silent, empty and enduring. Imagine the summer heat hanging low over the cobblestone streets of Strasbourg, a city pulsing with a steady rhythm of life in the early 16th century, merchants calling out from stalls in the market square, the clang of the blacksmith's hammer echoing from the alleys, church bells rising in solemn chorus above the rooftops. The year is 1518, and the world, for all its hardships and rigid certainties, feels familiar to those who live in it. The days are long and punishing, work is constant, the church is law, and suffering is no stranger. Plague, famine and war have all left their scars upon the land, and yet the people endure, humble, devout, disciplined, until something begins to unravel. It starts without warning, without fanfare. A woman, middle-aged perhaps, though her name is lost to time, steps into the square and begins to move. At first it seems almost innocuous. She sways, her feet shifting from side to side, her arms rising and falling in slow, fluid gestures. She says nothing. There is no music, no celebration. Her eyes are vacant, her mouth drawn into a line neither smiling nor pained. Passers-by slow their pace to look, confused at first, then unsettled. The woman continues, unblinking, as sweat beads on her brow and her limbs begin to twitch with something more urgent. She dances through the day, into the evening until the light fades and the stars take their places overhead. She does not stop, she does not rest, and by morning she is still dancing. At first the townspeople think she is mad or perhaps possessed. The local clergy murmur prayers, wary of what they are witnessing but unsure how to respond. Physicians, such as they are in this time, speculate wildly. Humours, out of balance perhaps, or overheating of the blood. But by the third day it becomes clear that something far more sinister is at work. The woman's feet are blistered and raw. Her breath comes in shallow gasps, and her body trembles with exhaustion, yet still she dances. Something invisible holds her fast, some force beyond will or reason. She does not respond to pleas or touch. It is as if her body no longer belongs to her. It is merely a vessel for movement. Then something stranger happens. Others begin to join her. They come in ones and twos at first. A man from the tanner's quarter, a young maid from the cathedral close, an old soldier who had once marched under the imperial banner, each one drawn into the rhythm without understanding why, as if the compulsion lies buried in the very stones of the street. They begin to move, not in joyous celebration, but with a fevered urgency, limbs flailing, torsos convulsing, sweat pouring from their bodies as they thrash in a grotesque mimicry of dance. Their faces are slack, their eyes wild. Some scream, others laugh, most say nothing at all. Within days, the crowd has grown to dozens, and then to more than 100, each one overtaken by the same unrelenting, unnatural urge. Strasbourg is no stranger to suffering. It has weathered floods, pestilence, the fires of war. But this is different. This is a suffering of the soul. As the dancers fill the square, the townspeople withdraw into their homes, peering through shutters at the spectacle unfolding just beyond their doors. There is fear, of course, whispers that it is a curse, a punishment for sin, a sign of divine wrath. But there is also something more primal beneath the surface, a recognition that whatever force has taken hold of these people is contagious in a way that defies the body and speaks directly to something deeper. The fear that it could happen to anyone, that the body might one day betray you too. Days turn into a week. The sun bakes the cobblestones by day, and the air remains stifling at night. Still, the dancers continue. They are fed bread and water by reluctant onlookers who dare not intervene. City officials gather to discuss what can be done, but there is no consensus. The local physicians, clinging to their understanding of medicine rooted in Galenic theory, suggest that the sufferers are afflicted by excessive heat of the blood. Their remedy is as unorthodox as it is disastrous. They recommend that the dancers continue, that music be played, that the affliction be allowed to burn itself out. And so, in the coming days, fiddlers, drummers, and pipers are summoned to the square, where they strike up tunes meant to guide the dancers into catharsis. It is a grim masquerade. The music pours into the air like smoke, coiling around the writhing crowd, but it brings no peace, no relief. The dancers do not fall into step with the melodies. They convulse against them, their movements erratic, driven by a rhythm no one else can hear. Bodies begin to collapse. The first deaths come quietly. A young man falls to his knees mid-step, his heart having given out under the relentless strain. An old woman dies gasping in the arms of a stranger. The heat, the exhaustion, the damage to the body sustained over days without sleep or rest. It begins to claim lives, and yet the dancing does not stop. New victims emerge daily, drawn into the frenzied tide with vacant stares and trembling limbs. No one can say how or why it spreads. There is no pattern. Rich and poor, old and young, it touches them indiscriminately, pulling them out of their lives and into the growing chaos of the street. By now, it is no longer confined to a single square. The plague has spilled into alleys and side streets, into courtyards and gardens, drawing hundreds into its grasp. City leaders, desperate and bewildered, begin to reconsider their approach. The church declares the affliction a punishment from on high, the work of a wrathful God angered by sin and moral decay. A procession is called. Relics are brought from the cathedral and paraded through the streets. Prayers are chanted, incense is burned, and penitents flog themselves in the hope of divine intervention. But the dancers remain untouched, immune to faith or fear. They move like spectres through the smoke of the censer, their sweat mingling with blood, their feet now open wounds, their expressions frozen in torment. And still they dance. Word of the plague spreads beyond Strasbourg, carried by merchants and messengers who speak of a city under siege, not by war or pestilence, but by a madness that grips the body and refuses to let go. In other towns and villages, whispers take root. Some speak of possession, of demons set loose upon the land. Others believe the dancers are cursed by a saint, perhaps St. Vitus, long associated with convulsions and epileptic fits. Pilgrims begin to arrive, some in search of healing, others simply to witness the spectacle. They bring offerings, candles, their own ailments and hopes, but no cure is found. By the end of the month, the dancing has claimed dozens of lives, perhaps more. No records are kept with care. The dead are buried quickly without ceremony, their bodies spent, their names soon forgotten. But the memory of their final days lives on in the stories told around hearths and in taverns, stories of people who danced themselves to death beneath the summer sun, who could not stop even as their bodies failed them. A madness, yes, but of what kind? And from where? No one knows when it begins to fade. One day there are still dancers writhing in the street, and the next there are fewer. The music has stopped. The priests have withdrawn. The heat breaks. A storm rolls through, and the city breathes again. But the silence that follows is not one of peace. It is uneasy. The plague has retreated, yes, but it has not been explained. The mystery hangs over Strasbourg like the scent of smoke long after the fire is gone. And those who lived through it find themselves asking questions that no one can answer. What caused the dancing plague? Why did it begin? And what if it comes again? There was no definitive end, no triumphant declaration from the city officials, no ringing of bells to announce that the plague had passed. It ended as strangely and as silently as it had begun, fizzling out over the course of several weeks in late August, its last remaining dancers collapsing into exhausted heaps before being whisked away to nearby religious shrines, hidden farms, or the silence of their own homes. The musicians, once enlisted to provide rhythm and, it was thought, relief, packed up their instruments and moved on without fanfare. Priests, wearied by the futility of processions and relics, turned their attention to more familiar matters: baptisms, burials, and the ongoing struggle to hold a fragile, superstitious populace together. But the city of Strasbourg did not forget. In the aftermath, those who had watched from windows or pressed themselves against door frames in horrified fascination began to ask questions that lacked answers. How could so many have been compelled to move in such a way, against all reason and instinct, to dance until their muscles tore and their hearts failed? Why had entire families been afflicted while others remained untouched? Was it truly divine punishment, as the church had claimed? Or was something deeper and darker at work, something buried in the soil or woven into the air? Over the centuries that followed, the mystery only deepened. The records that survive from Strasbourg in 1518 are sparse and, perhaps predictably, fragmented. A few city chronicles, entries in church registries, scattered correspondence between councilmen and physicians, none of it providing the clarity that later generations would so desperately seek. And yet from these scraps and shadows, historians and scholars, physicians and skeptics would construct a tapestry of possibility, each thread pulled tight with speculation, each stitch guided by the ever-present question: what made them dance? The first, and perhaps most enduring explanation offered in the decades immediately following the plague, was spiritual in nature. The Church, which held both the trust and the fear of the people, framed the event within a theology of punishment and penitence. In this view, the dancing was no random affliction, but a divine scourge sent to cleanse Strasbourg of hidden sin. Some believed the dancers had offended St. Vitus, a martyred Christian saint long associated with neurological afflictions and convulsions, and that their only path to redemption was to dance until they had expunged the evil within. This belief was strong enough to justify the eventual removal of dancers from the city streets to a shrine dedicated to the saint, located in a neighbouring town. There, surrounded by candles and icons, with their feet bound and their limbs exhausted, many finally collapsed into stillness. Whether from spiritual relief or the simple mercy of rest, no one could say. This religious lens dominated for generations, cementing the narrative in the public imagination and in the scant literature that emerged from the period. It was not until much later, in the 17th and 18th centuries, that early attempts at medical and psychological analysis began to emerge. The Enlightenment, with its growing fascination with the human mind and the inner workings of the body, cast fresh eyes on the mystery. Physicians, unburdened by dogma but limited by their time, speculated that the plague might have been a result of corrupted bodily humours, specifically an overabundance of black bile or the overheating of the blood. This was not unlike the explanation offered by Strasbourg's own doctors at the time, who had advised continued dancing in the hope that the excess energy would purge itself. Yet these explanations, while more scientific in their framing, did little to illuminate the true cause of the event. They offered metaphor, not mechanism. It wasn't until the 19th and 20th centuries that a broader spectrum of theories began to surface, each attempting to explain what had happened in that sun-stricken city in terms that modern minds might understand. One of the most compelling of these is rooted in toxicology, the suggestion that the dancers of 1518 had been victims not of divine wrath or bodily imbalance, but of a substance that had invaded their food supply and subtly altered their minds. Specifically, some scholars have pointed to ergotism, a form of poisoning caused by the ingestion of rye contaminated with the claviceps purpurea fungus, commonly known as ergot. This fungus, which thrives in damp conditions, produces alkaloids chemically related to LSD and can cause powerful hallucinations, spasms, and convulsions when consumed over time. The theory fits in some important ways. Strasbourg, located in the Upper Rhine Valley, was no stranger to wet summers and spoiled crops. Bread was the staple of the diet for most people, and poorly stored rye was a common foodstuff among the city's poorer citizens, those most likely to be afflicted first. Ergotism, known in earlier times as St. Anthony's fire, had been recorded elsewhere in Europe, usually associated with mass suffering, bizarre behaviour, and vivid, disturbing hallucinations. And yet the fit is not perfect. Ergotism, while capable of inducing spasms and tremors, does not usually produce coordinated movement or prolonged activity. Victims of ergot poisoning more often convulse or collapse than dance. The pain associated with the condition is typically overwhelming, characterized by burning sensations in the limbs and gangrenous tissue, not ecstatic or rhythmic motion. Moreover, the afflicted of Strasbourg reportedly danced for days at a time, sometimes for weeks without significant rest or nourishment, suggesting a state of compulsion beyond the typical symptoms of poisoning. No similar outbreaks in surrounding towns were recorded at the time, though they would have shared the same food sources. The ergot theory remains persuasive in some circles, but it is far from definitive. Another explanation that has gained traction in more recent years belongs to the realm of psychology, specifically the phenomenon known as mass psychogenic illness, or more broadly, mass hysteria. This theory posits that the dancing plague was not caused by a pathogen or poison, but by the human mind itself, its deep, tangled relationship with stress, fear, belief, and the unconscious power of suggestion. Strasbourg in 1518 was a city under strain. The region had suffered repeated famines in the preceding years. Political and religious unrest was mounting as the Reformation loomed on the horizon. Disease had come and gone in cruel waves, and the constant spectre of death and divine judgment weighed heavily upon the minds of its people. In such a setting, where fear and faith intertwined with desperation, the mind might seek escape in strange and terrible ways. A single individual, perhaps already mentally unwell or emotionally broken, begins to move in a way no one understands. Her behaviour in that charged atmosphere becomes contagious, not biologically, but psychologically. Others begin to mirror her movements, drawn in by fear, by empathy, or by the overwhelming suggestion that such an act might ward off their own doom. This theory is supported by the fact that similar outbreaks of dancing mania had occurred in other parts of Europe in earlier centuries, most notably in Aachen in 1374, where hundreds of people were said to have danced wildly in the streets until they collapsed. These outbreaks too were largely unexplained and carried all the marks of social contagion, occurring during times of extraordinary hardship and uncertainty. But mass hysteria, while offering a plausible framework, also raises difficult questions. What kind of psychological environment is required for hundreds of people to lose control of their bodies in such a way? Why would the mind compel someone to override their basic survival instincts, rest, food, water, and dance themselves to death? And why Strasbourg? Why then? The answer may lie not in any single cause, but in the tragic convergence of several. A city on edge, a people stretched thin by hardship, a population steeped in spiritual fear and ever watchful for signs of divine retribution. Perhaps a woman, grieving, unwell or broken in spirit, found herself dancing one morning, her body seeking expression where her voice could not. And in that dance, in the sheer rawness of it, others saw their own fear, their own guilt, their own despair reflected. And they followed her, one by one, caught in the gravity of suffering given form. Some scholars have even suggested that the plague was not entirely spontaneous, that those in power may have helped fuel, or at least failed to suppress the panic because it served a purpose. The Church, after all, benefited from public displays of penance and divine wrath. The dancing could be interpreted as proof that sin was real and that salvation could only be found through the institution. As the centuries wore on, the event passed into legend. It was recounted in books and sermons, debated in academic circles, and eventually fictionalized in stories and plays. The poet and philosopher Robert Burton described it in his 1621 work, The Anatomy of Melancholy. Later still, it found its way into novels and essays on madness and the inexplicable powers of the human mind. The story of Strasbourg's dancing plague has endured not just because of its strangeness, but because it resists resolution. It is a mystery that sits at the crossroads of science, faith, history, and human vulnerability, a story that seems to change shape each time it is told, reflecting the fears and fascinations of each new age. And in that way, perhaps it has never truly ended. Because at its heart, the dancing plague is not just about those who lost control of their bodies on the streets of a long-ago city. It is about the boundaries of our own understanding, about how thin the veil is between reason and madness, between control and compulsion, between what we know and what we choose to believe. It is about the dread that creeps in when you realize that your body, your mind, your sense of self can betray you, and about the question that lingers in the silence after the music stops. What would you do if one day your feet began to move and you couldn't stop?